day in the month of August, the year 2026, and we welcome you to VOP this morning. I am Moses Humphrey. Now, a quick look at the conversation this morning, the topics we'll be touching on. Tinubu's government gives breakdown of 15.8 trillion naira fuel subsidy removal savings, orders EFCC to channel recovered funds into NEL Fund. Federal government begins construction of 250 housing units for civil servants amid Nigeria's housing crisis. And then we go to Ebonyi. Ebonyi local government area orders businesses shut for governor's visit or face 1 million naira fine. Interesting times we're in Nigeria. Welcome to the program. I am Moses Humphrey.
Welcome to VOP this morning. I'm Jane Odoye.
Many thanks for joining us. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
All right, then now there are other conversations that we'll also chime in on. And one of them is what happened in Osun State yesterday as the governor went to collect the certificate of return. So gunmen on Wednesday reportedly attacked the convoy of Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke shortly after his visit to the palace of the Ataoja of Osogbo, Obajimo Oyetunji. Now, the incident occurred hours after Adeleke received his certificate of return from INEC following his re-election. Adeleke had arrived at the palace around 3:15 p.m. in a motorcade of about 20 cars. I'm not going to talk about the number of vehicles, but, I want to assume that a lot more of those vehicles were not government-owned. They might have been private owned
family and
vehicles.
friends.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, suspected thugs, gunshots were heard outside of the palace, and there was an exchange of gunfire. Some reports, conflicting reports actually, some say it was an exchange of gunfire between some thugs and the governor's security detail. But the nephew to the governor, David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, debunked it. He did say, yes, there was gunshots fired, but it had nothing to do with the governor. It was not an attack on the governor's convoy. But we do know that if it were to be an attack on the governor's convoy, Davido would have, been very vocal about that. So we should be careful with, this framing. Gunshots fired is different from, an attack on the governor's convoy. Because, the gunshots were heard just when the governor was leaving. But we heard that the governor took a different route. He left. But, so we need details, really. We need the police to conduct proper investigation so we know exactly what transpired. I would hate to heat up the polity with unverified claims. But then again, following events in Osun State, a build-up to the election, and then what we saw on election day itself, the killings, the attacks, and all of that, we understand that at times like this, some individuals, some thugs are given weapons, and then it's difficult to take the weapons back from them after electioneering. So if these guns were fired by those authorized to bear arms, let the police let us know and why they were fired. If the gunshots were fired by those not authorized to bear arms, then of course, more questions will arise. And from the gunshots, if the police are investigating this one, let's know if pellets were picked up after. And then we know exactly what kind of guns they came from. Were they from assault rifles or other types of guns? So a lot of questions arise from this one. But there is a video to this. So let's watch this one, and then we'll come back and conclude the analysis on this one. Oh, well, that doesn't exactly say anything. It might just be a show of force. It could be the show, okay, we are here,
Yes.
and don't do anything stupid. But well, that's my take on this one. It may not be anything serious, and well, investigations are still ongoing. So we'll wait for proper investigation, for the conclusion of the investigation, and then we'll know the next move to make.
I agree with you. I see it more like a show of force. But even if it's a show of force, I think we have to be very careful this period because tempers are being frayed. A lot of Nigerians are sitting on the edge. The campaigns have officially begun. Yesterday, I went through what's it called, Ikeja, and I could see that there was a standstill.
Oh,
there was
it was
a standstill.
the door-to-door campaign.
Oh, yes,
door-to-door campaign
PBAT.
kicked off yesterday.
It was a standstill. Officially.
I mean, it had been.
Officially on the streets.
Since after 2023 election.
Yes, and I was in traffic for over 30 minutes. I kid you not. It was a standstill. There was no last mile. Those guys had a field day. So, now that we're in the political season, we should be careful. I do know that from the camp, I think that from the camp of the Adele case, it appears to be like a show of force. But even if it's a show of force, we have to be very careful. This is not the time because I do follow the musician, what's he called, David O. And even this morning, I went through his social media handles and I could see how he was brazenly, calling people out. He called out the what's it called? He called out the Yetola. He called out the INEC returning officers and some other people and throwing jabs at them. I don't know if we have freedom of speech, but I still feel that we need to be a bit tactful when it comes to this because you can't be said to be promoting democracy, free and fair elections. That's just my take, and intimidate people with power, might. And though I do know that at some point you need to call people out, you need to call name and shame so that people don't circumvent the system. But at the same time, let's do it responsibly. Because when I saw this news yesterday, in my head I was like, oh, was it an assassination attempt? And I do know that a few other people, even on some social media platforms, were analyzing it, and people started casting aspersions and all of that. Let's just be careful. This is not the time to make anyhow
this
remarks.
is not the time to be a Nigerian, like you always say. But you didn't say that.
Yes.
Well, it's good to know that you follow Davido.
Yeah.
Davido follows me.
Interesting. I should follow you because you're influential.
Oh, you are not already following me. You need to follow me.
I'm following
because
you
I do a lot. Now, it's what is happening in Osun State. It's a bit curious that after all of this, more than 12 hours, the police has not come out with any statement. The government has not come out with any statement. So in all of this, the line between conspiracy and coincidence is
very thin.
Very thin. It's very thin. And like FDR Roosevelt said, in politics, nothing happens by chance. If it does happen, then you know that it was planned already. It was well planned out. If you go back in recent history and see what has happened in Osun State, it would be difficult for someone to say that it wasn't an attempt. I am not saying that, as the governor. A lot of people are not happy with what happened in Osun State. And so I'm asking, Davido said that it was a shootout. Between who? That's the question. It was a shootout between who?
Yeah.
He said between groups.
He also did say it was not an attempt on the government.
Davido is not in a place to tell us that. It should be in the place of government and the police. Because I am also sure that he wasn't there at the
he was.
Okay, he was.
He accompanied him to get
he accompanied him. I'm sorry
of
about that. I didn't get that information. But it's a bit curious. So if it was a shootout, between who? Because at some point, the governor's security details got involved. Why did they get involved? If it was a shootout between two groups within the palace, were they already having problems in the palace? We didn't get to hear any of that before the governor went to the palace, And so we need the security agencies, the DSS, the police to untie all of that for us so that, with what happened in Osun State, you don't need to travel far to start thinking that something could happen in that direction because we are in a very interesting times in Nigeria. Campaigns have started. And Jade, you made mention of going to Ikeja yesterday and the whole place was packed. Yes. I'm not surprised. You know why I'm not surprised? After what happened in Osho on Saturday, if the APC is not upbeat in trying to say, hey, I will be surprised. Yeah. Because if you look at the recent times, with 32 governors, APC has been jittery. The economy took a nosedive, when they got into office and all of that. Nigerians are clearly angry. And I see a lot of programs being rolled out, programs that ordinarily should have been done like in the past 2 years or so. But because we are closing on an election, I see a lot of programs, intervention programs, empowerment programs, and all of that. But the people, I'm not the one to decide whether the people are taking in all of that or not. The important thing is that Nigerians have a choice to make in January 2027. If the APC wants to bring the moon to Nigeria, Nigerians will be very happy to take that. But as we speak now, we are still in the darkness in terms of power. Hospitals are not functional. Schools shutting down. Public schools not shutting down. In fact, shutting down because in some parts of the country, people can't go to school again because of insecurity.
Yeah.
The exchange rate stable to an extent, but it still doesn't help us because we are still largely a consumption nation. We need to be more productive. So if you put all of these things together, I am not surprised that APC will be jittery. They've been jittery all this while. And so they need to work harder if they want to return to government in 2027. But thank God that Adeleke's life was spared. I mean, people have been caught in the crossfires. Innocent people.
People.
And we'll just discuss it, and tomorrow we move on with our lives, and Nigeria moves on. Good to think that he wasn't hurt in all of that. And I've not heard that somebody was injured or somebody died in that shootout. So let it just remain a shootout between people that had problems in the palace.
Yeah.
Thank God.
There was something you said before we take the next banter. You said something quite instructive. You said APC appears to be jittery. And then it just took my mind back to another statement you made. I think it was last week where you said, look at your face, where you said that Nigerians are easy to govern.
Very easy.
We are very easy to govern. Like if you do the right thing, why I'm saying this against on the heels of the just concluded Osun Guba elections. You see how the people came out, they galvanized, they even escorted the ballot boxes, they chased out people who came to vote by, they challenged a lot of people. And I'm like, why did they stand up for the incumbent? Why did they stand? Because
they seem to have delivered on this promise. So, Jen, I'm happy that you brought this. And briefly, now, Nigerians are the easiest people to govern. You know why? In the area I live, roads were very bad, for the past 6 months. Driving out in the morning, I mean, if I go to bed, I will even have a nightmare because of the road I will pass in the morning and when going back to work. But you know what? Those roads were fixed in the past 6 weeks or so. Yeah. And everybody is happy. You see people's faces very cheerful. People are happy. Anytime the local government chairman passes, people will be hailing him.
For doing a basic
thing that people take for granted in other clients.
Yes.
And so it's very easy to govern Nigerians. If you give us power, give us school, roads, and water, Nigerians will not bother with who is in government, as a matter of fact.
It wouldn't bother. Let's just move on. A protest rocked the Ministry of Defense in Abuja on Wednesday as military retirees demanded the implementation of consequential adjustments to their pensions. Armed soldiers and police blocked the ex-servicemen from assembling in front of the ministry. The retirees say President Bola Tinubu approved a salary increase for serving military and paramilitary personnel in November last year, but the corresponding pension adjustments have not been implemented. One of the protesters lamented that while the military high command continues to thank the president, the adjustment remains outstanding months later. Defense Minister Christopher Musa later met representatives of the veterans and assured them that their welfare concerns, including pension adjustments, are receiving urgent attention. Let's take a look at the clip from the protest scene.
November that was not implemented. We're not talking of that. But the new one of minimum of 180,000 minimum wage for military, 180,000, and they had computed the fund for implementing it and did not include retirees for consequential adjustment. When we raised it, the permanent secretary talked in a very soft tone, in a tone that melted our hearts. that they are sorry for it, and they will not, they recognize our service, they wouldn't want to treat us bad. He thought in a language, in a statement that bettered our hearts. And then he promised they are pushing it up. The Director of Joint Services, in her own statement, said they have reached out to military pensions board. They have reached out to military pensions board. They're trying to capture it. That the military pension board will compute it and forward to them. They assured us the work is going on. And we equally told them we are not happy to be on the street.
It makes it very difficult to be able to defend this administration, defend people at the helm of affairs. Because tell me, how can you defend the reason why morale dips? You tell people to work, they work for years, 35 years or, and then they retire, and then pay them their wages as due. You're not paying them. And then you have those who are on the forefront, as we speak. Those ones, their monies have just been increased. And then how do you expect them to feel when they watch ex-servicemen who were once like them, who have left the system and are being owed monies, welfares? A lot of them even fall down and die. It even cuts across other sectors aside from the military. So we really need to do better. The defense minister came out and addressed them. So sometimes I wonder, why do they sit on the emoluments of people? Why don't you give people their monies? I do recall that sometimes we say somebody has put that money somewhere so that it will accrue some interest, has invested it, fixed it, so that more money will enter. Then people will shout. After 6 months, okay, they will now, release the funds. Why do we like to make life difficult for ourselves as Nigerians?
Let me answer you directly.
Yes.
It's because there are no consequences.
No consequences.
That's exactly the problem.
Yes.
In this case, I'm not trying to make some kind of excuses for this government or the Ministry of Defense. I do see in the United States of America, that has become the bastion of our democracy. I see veterans, pass through all of this kind of thing. We need to be included in the Medicare. Some people who has amputated legs and hands and all of that, they converge at some point to say, we have been excluded in this and all of that. But beyond that, what got me, what I find curious and interesting in this is that we have two sets of people that belong to the same camp. Now we have the ex-servicemen and the people that are inside.
Yes.
Now these people that are outside were at one point stopping others. We're inside stopping others from protesting.
From protesting.
And so in the next 2 or 3 years, you see people now on this side go over to the other side.
Like full circle.
Full circle. And so I used to tell a story of a certain young man, in a bank who was a junior staff, but he got enrolled in a school for all these evening part-time program and all of that. So when he got a degree, they promoted, he was the chairman of the Junior Staff Association, and he always picketing the bank every time, quite often. And so when he graduated, got converted to senior staff, he had to leave that position of chairman of the junior staff workers. The week that he got converted, the following week, the junior staff held some kind of rally picketing. He was the first person that said, this junior staff, they will not allow somebody to work in this bank. You can imagine that. And so whatever goes around, comes around.
Really.
Government, you don't need, you are even trying to call these people back to come and help you fight.
I was going to say so.
Insecurity.
Are they not the ones they want to use as forest guards? Or
not even
police?
Forest guards. They've been calling them to come and supplement. And complement, the efforts of serving soldiers and all of that. And if you are treating them like this, but I understand it has nothing to do with direct pay. They say it's consequential adjustment and
because
all of
of
that.
the increments.
Because of the increment.
Why can't
but government promised them. So if you know you cannot do it, why do you have to go and promise? That is the problem we have. Unfulfilled promises in this country. But I hope that this is resolved
because
quickly.
It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. In our Federal Ministry of Defense. Meanwhile, we have the Defense Minister, and the Chief of Defense Staff going to the United States in Washington, to.
And we wonder why morale is dipping. You have the ones on the forefront as we speak now. How do they want them to feel?
Okay.
When all of this
unfortunately, I hope that they fix this as soon as possible.
Oh yes. One thing you don't want to see is retired soldiers protesting, because that can affect the country's security, especially in a volatile economy country like ours, I mean, it won't be surprising if a retired soldier feels neglected and decides to go to the other side, decides to support the terrorists, the bandits, and the rest of them, or decides to train them. We've seen soldiers make such statements that, look, that they would go and train them and get paid. So this is not good for this administration. Elections are around the corner. It's only wise for the government to, try as much as it can to appease everybody, because we don't want to see, we don't want to be told that there is another attempted coup or something like it against this administration. Because when people are grieved, when people cannot put food on the table, or when people feel like they are being neglected, especially when they know that higher up, the officers themselves that retire are giving $20,000 bulletproof vehicles and money for health and for health care and the rest of them. Of course, the lower ranks will they will feel aggrieved. So it's up to the government to do the needful, really. Well, Chukuma, there's another conversation. Let's just run to the papers. Let's see what the papers have for us this morning. And Nigerian Tribune is right here. These are the headlines. The big story there: Tinubu approves EFCC recovered loot on claimed dividends for student loan. As FEC approves 170 billion naira for National Library. 15.8 trillion naira fuel subsidy savings shared among FG states. LG's finance minister says reform saved Nigeria from economic crisis. Well, I wait to hear what the analysts will have to say concerning this, because I got even more confused listening to the figures yesterday. 15.8, 5.4 goes here, 10.4 goes there, and then, it confused me even more. Tinubu appoints Enitor as head of civil service. Military retirees protest in Abuja. Plateau killings, military relocates tactical operations to Mangu, arrest suspected mastermind. And then we also have marketers blame multiple operational costs for high cooking gas retail prices. Tinubu to address world leaders at UN General Assembly September 23. Zenith Bank set for seminar on unlocking Nigeria's non-oil export potential. And then another story, Osogbo shooting, which of course we talked about this morning. Police begin investigation. Confirmed killing of 60-year-old man. Oh, okay. Incident occurred after Adeleke's visit to Ataoja. INEC presents certificate of return to Adeleke, deputy. Governor unveils 500 million naira fund for Osun pre-election violence victims. And so that just adds to, the conversation we're having. Yeah. Initially, you were like, okay, since there was no information of anybody dying, so let's be thankful. But unfortunately,
and I'm happy that, like you said, the police has made a statement. I have the statement here that the police has come out to say, well, they have not told us what it is all about. That full-scale investigation has started, and so probably in the next
hours or so, we'll wait to see, what transpires, what transpired. Well, those are the headlines from Nigerian Tribune.
Let's move over to the Guardian newspaper. Tinubu orders security overhaul amid concerns over policing gun violence. Pre-election anxiety, profit-taking wipe 5 trillion naira from NGX after 160 trillion naira peak. State spending faces scrutiny over 15.8 trillion naira windfall. Citizens' welfare. El Rufai's bid to transfer trial fails as Kaduna Chief Justice backs Justice Kobo. Military pensioners storm Defense Ministry to protest 12-month arrears. Mangu massacre. Northern senators reject condolences, demand action. 2027, look beyond campaign slogans. Obi challenges Nigerians. 9.5 trillion naira salary bill. FEC targets ghost workers, payroll fraud. 2027, Nigeria risk revenge of the poor over worsening hardship. Utomi warns. Those are the stories from the Guardian.
And quickly from the Daily Sun, beside the nameplate, 2027 polls, security threats dwarf peace accord. Over 2,500 security incidents in 14 months cast doubt on elections. Police arrest mastermind of Mango attack, hunt fleeing suspect. Now the big story, gun battle in Osogbo. Gunmen attack Adeleke's convoy. Security operatives repel attack at Atoja's palace. Davido, incident not connected with us. More stories from the Sun newspaper. 2027, Nnaji no stress to Mba's re-election in Enugu, Nnamani. FG to channel unremitted pension. ESCC recoveries to education sector. Senate grills NFF, NSC over poor performance of Nigerian football teams. Hosts emergency meeting with Diko Gusau. Sanwo-Olu gives 20 million naira cash gift to each LASU's best graduating student. BGS, that's very interesting and commendable. Now, Tinubu orders 5-year national security threat assessment defense plan. And that's it from the Sun newspaper. And that's how far we can go on newspaper review. We'll return after a short break, and we're going to discuss Tinubu's government has given breakdown of 15.8 trillion naira fuel subsidy removal savings. Others, ESCC recovered funds to nail funds. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Well, thank you very much for staying with us. Now, the federal government has given a detailed breakdown of 15.8 trillion naira savings from the removal of fuel subsidy and other reforms between June 2023 and December 2025. Finance Minister Taiwo Oyedele disclosed that the savings accrued to the Federation account, with the federal government receiving 5.4 trillion naira. States got 6.52 trillion naira, and local governments had about 3.88 trillion naira, which brings it to about 10.4 trillion naira. The reforms also generated 3.12 trillion naira in other incremental revenues and 11.85 trillion naira in incremental borrowing, now giving the federal government about 20.4 trillion naira in incremental resources. However, additional expenditure during the same period amounted to approximately 30.64 trillion naira, with the largest shares going to wage adjustment, which took about 9.39 trillion naira, external debt servicing of 9.37 trillion naira, and infrastructure of 6.47 trillion naira. In a related development, President Bola Tinubu has directed that all liquid funds recovered by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, be channeled to the Nigerian Education Loan Fund. That's the NEL Fund. Education Minister Dr. Tunji Alausa announced this after the Federal Executive Council meeting that unclaimed dividends from the Capital Market Trust Fund and Dormant Account Trust Fund will also be directed to NEL Fund to strengthen its capacity to support more students. Well, we do have with us in the studio to make sense of it all, Mazi Amobi Iheburu, public affairs commentator, and Dele Fanimo, a reporter, and of course, a public affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good to have you this morning.
Good morning. Thank you.
Now, with all the monies mentioned, trillions, finally, this government is, I would say, informing us of how it has used the subsidy savings, as it were, even though the Minister of Information, they say the money were not just sitting somewhere. But help us understand, from what you understand, by these monies, if we're able to gather about 15.8 trillion naira, why then did we still need to borrow about 11 trillion naira within the same period? Mazi Amobi, please.
Thank you very much. The expose, as it were, coming rather late, I thought it could have been a yearly or 6-monthly affair, because it was a policy very special to the heart of this government. So I thought that, information like this should be coming handy, so that we know what what the Nigerian people are, benefiting from subsidy is gone and all that. 3 years on, and we are lumping everything together. Well, by the time, give us, say, 48 hours, we'll do a proper diagnosis of what, the finance minister is saying, and begin to interrogate, some of the issues that he has raised. But in the meantime, I think it is coming rather very late, probably because, election has, the campaign has started. They want to use it as a campaign strategy. But we will interrogate those things they said they have done and begin to make sense out of all those potential.
Because there's a lot to unpack, really.
Yes, there's a lot.
There's a lot.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot to unpack. And you said here that it's not like the monies are just somewhere, So it's a rolling money. It's ongoing. It's not just the 15.8 trillion is not stocked somewhere and then you are using it and all that. So by the time we kind of disaggregate what, the government have done, then we begin to have a clearer picture of the subsidies gone policy and all that. Because you cannot tell me, I have reservations, because they said the benefits, Nigerians should not bother so much that the benefit will be in future. I take serious exception to that, because we must live in future to be able to have this wonderful benefit that the government is talking about.
All right, Dele, please. After 3 years of enduring economic hardship occasioned by the removal of subsidy at the inception of this administration, this explanation, how do you think it sits with the ordinary Nigerian at this time? And what do you understand by all of it?
You see, subsidy is supporting a particular sector of the economy to cushion the effect of skyrocketing prices of the byproduct of that commodity. Subsidy started in 1977. So it's not a new thing at all. During Obasanjo's regime, that was when subsidy started in this country. And it has been on. But the reason why we didn't understand why we didn't interrogate or even know at that time was it was well managed. The new Nigerian didn't happen to it. So government was able to manage it. But as soon as this republic came, it was consistent till this new republic, the fourth republic came. Obasanjo came in, he was still maintaining subsidy. The whole thing blew out of proportion during Jonathan's era. And people, at that time, our refineries were working. So it was convenient to monitor. But during Jonathan's era, you see a rush of tank farms established by people that were using it to do round tripping.
All right. But this particular, revelation now, Nigerians have been told to endure.
No,
endure hardship.
Let me say this. The essence of the removal of subsidy is to take out those profiteering from it.
And you believe they have been taken out now?
If there is no subsidy, where will you pay money to?
Well, some Nigerians still believe that there was still some subsidy, some way, somehow, being paid.
Well,
I'm sorry, Moses. It's not that Nigerians still believe. The government itself admitted to have paid subsidy of 7.4 trillion naira.
Absolutely.
Between June 2023, the very month the subsidy was removed, to September 2024.
Yes.
So it's not a matter of Nigerians believing. The government,
Minister.
NNPC said, well, this is a subsidy bill and it needs to be cleared. And government agreed that they will clear it incrementally over a period of 12 months. So let's be clear on that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, today, those guys have been taken out of the mix. And don't forget that once subsidy is removed, the actual price of petroleum products will be at play. It is the same way Nigerians that said government should hands off regulatory
The question I'm asking
policy.
is,
telling you, I need to give you a background so that you will
we are
know
losing
why
track.
it is
We are losing
difficult.
track. We are losing track. I'm talking about the benefits of it to the ordinary Nigerian. If the government is saying that they have accrued, they've saved 15.8 trillion naira in total, and out of it, government took 5.4, and the states got 10.4. How does that affect the ordinary Nigerian that has endured 3 years?
That is now coming to the point of asking,
and then we still borrow money on top of it.
That is where we need to interrogate the leadership and ask them, what did you do with these accruals?
Okay.
And it involves the federal government and the state government. Because as of today, if you go back in time, the highest point of revenue allocation on monthly basis was hovering between 800 and 1.1 trillion when Buhari was there. When this government came, as at July, it was 3.007 trillion.
All right,
that was
now
released.
let's talk a bit
So,
about. Let's talk a bit about.
If you have this quantum of money being given to states, being given to the federal government through federation allocation, because this money goes into the federation
Let's
allocation.
talk a bit about, because this is not actually sinking in. But let's talk a bit about the directive to move recovered funds into NEL fund.
It's not the first time.
Well, the president has said, look, all liquid cash go to NEL fund. Monies go to NEL fund. Now, this is the same NEL fund that students are complaining that, they don't get the what they apply for doesn't even get to them until some of them have left school. Some students made, that complaint.
Now,
how do you react to, is this a good move? Is this something that should be, thought through better? Is this just political?
I
because elections are around the corner.
I don't even see the need for this announcement. Because the seed money for NEL fund, 50 billion naira, was money recovered from those who stole our patrimony. 50 billion at the inception of this administration. And so, to continue servicing that sector, because 50 billion cannot go around the whole students in Nigeria at any point in time. Now, they have to also put more money into it. Now that students don't get this money as at when due, it's a function of the dubious characters along the line.
The interplay between government agencies.
Government agencies and VCs.
And the VCs, that's still government agencies.
Yes.
Okay, right. Dele. Before we get back to the issue of NEL fund and all of that, because there seems to be there's a quagmire, something that Nigerians don't understand. Let me read out something that the Minister of Finance said while he was presenting this, whatever. Oyedele said, subsidy removal, therefore, did not create one large pool of cash available to the federal government. It reduced a major fiscal burden and the amount of additional borrowing that will otherwise have been required. That's the Minister of Finance. It didn't create a large pool of money. It's a bit curious to understand that in our budget, we had a deficit of a certain amount of money. You understand? And so Nigerians are asking, when we had subsidy, we were borrowing less. Now, when we removed subsidy and had this large pool of money, which the Minister of Finance is telling us didn't contribute to the government's pool, how come we are borrowing more when we paid subsidy than when we removed subsidy? And away from that, I'm happy that you said that this money gets into FAC.
Yeah.
And they said the states got how much?
Got more than the federal government.
How did they share it? Because statutorily, the federal government gets more than the states and the local governments put together. So it's something that we need to interrogate. But in all of this, how come after subsidy removal, we are borrowing more? Is there, I know you don't work in government, you are not the Minister of Finance, but is there a way you can provide some kind of explanation if you understand it?
I exert some guesses.
Okay.
Now, the exchange rate at that time is not the exchange rate in this regime. 2, what are the ambitious projects of that period compared to the ambitious projects they have now?
Okay.
If you are talking about, I think I can't really get it on top of my head now, how much is earmarked for the Calabar Coastal Highway and Sokoto Badagry Highway. These are projects that have been monitored for years. It wasn't the creation of the Lagos Sokoto, Badagry Sokoto road. It's not the creation of this administration.
It's not the creation of this, but it's not been paid up.
But
Lagos Calabar, we also understand it's a PPP. Initially, there was no budget for it. So how come they got money
what
to
we are
it?
looking at is for government to do this ambitious project, and if the revenue that is accruing to government cannot match up with the demand, there's no way it won't borrow money. So that's my own take about that.
Okay.
I think Dele, we shouldn't be emphasizing the issue of exchange rate, because it is part of government responsibility to hedge about against the fluctuation of the exchange rate. Government has a duty.
No.
Government has a duty. What do you do to hedge against fluctuation in your exchange rate? You do a lot of things.
You subsidize.
You do a lot of things. What is the
That's
productive
the
base?
only thing you do.
No, that's not the only thing
what
you do.
has the government
Subsidize
done?
the currency.
Yeah.
Yes,
What has the
that's
government?
That's what government was doing before
That's
now.
bad economics.
That's what the government was doing before now.
And so what have we done differently?
The point I'm
but
making.
now nobody is subsidizing the naira.
And so where is
against
the
dollar?
naira? I think what the government needs to do is to prop up production.
That is
Because
exactly what I'm
if you
saying.
prop up production, your currency
You
becomes
cannot.
strong.
Yes.
You
What
can-
I'm
the government
saying-
is not
what
doing
I'm
that.
saying is, before now, we had a static economy as far as production was concerned at that moment. And the only thing government was doing before now was to shore up the naira value against the dollar, and which was like borrowing time and postponing the evil day.
You know, there are a lot of factors that determine your exchange rate, your external reserves too. You recall that
The
Wale
external reserve is better now.
Exactly the point. It's better.
$3 billion to about $52 billion.
I'm not sure it's up to 52, but even if it's up to 52.
The last time it was 51.3.
Record there was some kind of slip by Wale Edu. Wale Edu said, well, people shouldn't, rejoice that our external reserves, is going up, because a lot of money there comes from borrowed funds. You heard him say that. And so it's not as if we are making this money and dumping it there. It's from borrowed funds. Because I still don't understand how it has helped stabilize. It might have been some kind of stability, but then stability at 1,340, 1 Kenyan shillings. If you have $1 now, it will probably give you 259 Kenyan shillings. But if you have $1, you have 1,340 naira and all of that. So in case of PPP and all, we have a lot of issues to deal with in all of this. For the economy to get better, tied to exchange rate, I think we need to do more of production and all of that.
And so everybody agrees with that.
That is the point that I was trying to make, that part of government responsibility is to ensure that we have, economic prosperity. Mr. President usually say it more often than not, that will move us from poverty to prosperity. So over the last 3 years plus, what has the government been able to do to stabilize, when they came, they met it at 800 and something. Now it went up to 198, 188, and has stabilized at 130, 1,300 and something naira. Government needs to do more to ensure that the exchange rate comes within, at least, if not for where they met it, will come, below, but where they met it when they came into power. Yeah. Government should ensure that this is done. Now, I think government has shot themselves in the leg by, what the finance minister has explained, because we will take them one after the other, in the subsequent time, so that we can understand, just like Moses raised an issue. You made 15.8 trillion and you borrowed 11 trillion. That is turning economics on its head. I can't understand it. So the important thing is that if you have made more money, within the subsidy regime, gone, you should be able to borrow less. It is simple economics, unless I do not understand, the economic dynamics anymore. Yeah. And let us zero it down, cascade it down to the ordinary Nigerian. Is our life better in 2023?
That's the question I'm asking, really.
Than now.
That's the question I'm asking.
And when you look at it from that perspective, you find out that the Nigerians
were told to tighten their belts and endure. So now the Nigerians have.
So you cannot tell me I should defer my benefit till God knows when. It's not sitting down well with Nigerians. That is why I said the campaign. Campaign slogan for this, because they want to let us know that Nelfund is benefiting, our children are benefiting and all that, but ASU wants to go on strike. They used to tell us that 3-4 weeks ago that ASU the issue of strike in ASU has gone and all that. So what are we talking about? When you cascade it down to the average Nigeria, you find out that our lives are more, not better than what it was pre-2023.
Mazi,
and that's
Mazi, sorry to butt in. I just wanted to establish this because when you listen to some of the figures the minister did reel out, it appears as though this government is trying to exonerate itself from the blame. It's like, we are sending this money, we have earmarked this money to this ministry, that ministry, hold the ministers or hold the state governments or whatever accountable. In the light of this, the minister did say that local government allocations now stand at 3.88 trillion naira. So why is this not translating, just like your question, you talked about education, why is it not translating to real grassroots development rather than this administrative overheads, which we seem to see?
That is the bane of this administration. Yeah. They should be able to tell us why it is not cascading to the ordinary Nigerians. Because what they are trying to do is to windhook Nigerians into believing that government is doing something. From where I'm sitting, government needs to do more. In fact, they've not scratched the surface. Government have not scratched the surface. If you talk about inflation, food inflation, airline inflation, you talk about cost of living generally, and somebody is somewhere reeling out statistics to tell you that you should tarry a while and all that. While some of the things we ask them to do, they are not doing it. They have not called their convoy. They have not called the cost of governance. They have not done a lot more things to ensure that the average Nigerian is better for it. So I think in the coming days, we will interrogate some of these issues that the minister have raised and begin to see how they affect positively the average Nigerian.
All right, and Dele, just before you
raise your question, let me say this.
Okay.
I am not here to say Nigerians fare better now compared to the past. But in doing that, we must properly situate things for people to really understand what exactly is happening. I am not an apostle of somebody telling me to tighten my belt and then you loosen your own and become fatter. I am not an apostle of that. But the question you raised about why this thing is not felt at the grassroots level, then this is the governor you ask. Because the governors superintend over local government funds through JAC, Joint Account Allocation Committee. And today, a governor will decide a project that should be cited in your local government without the input of the local government. It brings the contractor. That is why they are fighting financial autonomy. They don't want it to happen. The government knew that the only way for grassroots to benefit from whatever money that is coming down is for the local government, so that you can, because most local government chairmen live within the community.
Ideally.
And you can go to their houses and ask them, Oga, you collected today. There is no local government. There was a time my colleague and I, we first checked. No local government earns less than 500 million naira in this country as at April this year. Now, the thing has risen to 3 trillion. So, automatically, local government, the least that they will get is about 650 to 700 million naira. What are they doing with it? It is locked down with the governors. Most governors, they don't steal state money anymore. They steal local government money. And that is why most governors will not want election to hold in local governments. They just appoint their appendages. Who signs check? You recall what I did that your colleague, when he was chairman of Ijebu East local government in Ogun State, he fought with the governor that, look, I cannot be signing this amount and you are releasing this amount. I don't even know what is going on in my local government. Go to any local government. It's like a ghost office today. And whereas these governors are making a hell of money out of it.
Okay,
sorry. Let me chip in something.
And the president cannot force the governors.
I'm happy that you mentioned the president. And the problem, Mazi.
Let me just chip in. There is homogeneity in political party arrangement in this country. APC has about 31 states. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? It's homogeneity. And there is party structure that ensures that all governors within the ruling party, do certain things that can end them re-election, as it were. The chicken has come home to roost. I do not subscribe to the fact that the governors, the party APC, cannot hold their governors accountable. I do not subscribe to it. They have a way, they have a structure. Political parties, you cannot do, there is no independent candidacy. All the governors, 31 of them, subscribe to the party structure. So if you want to, ensure that Nigerians get benefit, the instructions should be given by party structure to cascade down. If we have accepted that governors get more money, they shouldn't be allowed to, freely use the money the way they like. The structure of the party should ensure that certain things are done to the benefit of the national government.
Okay,
all right.
All right, I wanted to ask Dele a question. Sorry, Dele. In all of this, I think Nigerians are in agreement that there are layers of responsibility. Yes. The local government, the state, and the federal government. Yes. But the problem they have is that in the sharing formula, federal government still gets 52%, which is more than what the states and local governments put together. And Nigerians are worried that the federal government has not shown example in leadership. And so before you ask the governors, Nigerians are saying, not me, before you ask the governors, that the federal government should tell Nigerians what they have done with their 52%. That seems to be the problem.
You see, I quite align with your thoughts on this. You understand? But the point is, from what Mazi, my friend here, I just said, on paper, yes, party structure takes precedence over elected officers. But in practice, since 1999, it is not so. Once you become president, you are the leader of that party. The chairman of your party, the NWC, NEC of that party has no bearing. They have to control to you.
Okay, so, so based on that, we should hold the president responsible. That's what they're saying. Because it's the party
leader. For federal government allocation, the president should answer for it.
And for the state allocation,
the government should answer for it.
No, but the president is the national leader of the party.
No.
Okay.
No. The constitution restricts the president from being an interloper.
What did they discuss?
Wait now. The constitution is clear on this. Let's be realistic about this. The governors, why did governors challenge federal government when they went to Supreme Court to get autonomy, financial autonomy for local government? Because they know that they hold the reins of power according to the constitution.
What do they discuss in their progressive governors forum? What do they discuss?
Even APC or any
in the governors forum, what do they discuss
today?
Are they not discussing synergy?
Ask for their manifesto. Manifesto was erased after UPN MPN. UPN had 4 cardinal programs, and whatever the governors want to do, it must fall within these 4 cardinal programs. MPN had his own manifesto. Whatever any governor under MPN wanted to do must fall within the manifesto. But today, parties are formed. People buy political parties and keep in their closet for anybody that is willing to buy. Accord Party was bought by Ladoja.
All right then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll go on a short break now. And when we return, federal government begins construction of 250 housing units for civil servants amid Nigeria's deepening housing crisis. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. The federal government has commenced the construction of 250 two-bedroom bungalows for federal civil servants under the Renewed Hope Civil Service Estate in Gwagwalada, Abuja. The Housing Minister, Dr. Mutakwa Dharma, performed the groundbreaking on Wednesday, describing the project as part of a broader housing intervention across 36 states. He outlined plans to deliver thousands more units before the end of the current administration, including projects in Ibejuleki, Karsana, and other locations. The initiative falls under the Renewed Hope Housing Program, which includes cities, estates, and social housing targeted at middle-income earners such as civil servants, teachers, and artisans. Beneficiaries can access homes through the National Housing Fund, NHF, loans at 6% interest via the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN rent-to-own schemes, and other payment options via the official portal. This comes against the backdrop of Nigeria's severe housing crisis. Rents in many cities have surged by 100 to 300% in recent years, with landlords and agents demanding 1 or 2 years' rent upfront, plus multiple fees. The national housing deficit is estimated at around 15 million units, while building collapses in Lagos alone have claimed hundreds of lives over the past decade with little or no persecution of developers or officials. Let's take a look at the clip from the GST. Okay, we are being joined this morning by architect Emmanuel Inyaituk. He's the executive director of the Federal Housing Authority, FHA. Good morning, architect Inyaituk. Good morning. Glad to have you join us. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me? Okay. Glad to have you join us. Let's talk about these 250 homes for civil servants nationwide. It's a lofty idea, and congratulations to your team. But how do we also ensure that this gets into, that the right people get access to these properties? I think you may have to unmute.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead, please. Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
better.
go ahead.
Yes.
Okay, great. Actually, the name is Ezekiel and not Emmanuel. That's to start with. And,
Sorry about that.
it's
Sorry
okay.
about that. Go right ahead, please. Thank you very much.
Yes. The question of housing is one that is extremely important and one that affects virtually every Nigerian. So by the time we are talking in terms of efforts of government for housing, it's good to understand what is being done for the civil servants. But I think the man on the street is also asking, how does that benefit me? Like the minister rightly said, what you heard is just one of the different expressions, aspects of the federal government in efforts to bring about housing for everybody. So this specific one is for the civil servant, but there are so many others. And then the first question that you asked, which is, how do we ensure that this is not hijacked by others? The very first thing is that because it is very specific to civil servants, it's almost impossible, because we're going to have the organized labor in it. We're going to have the office of the head of service in it. So there's no way that they are going to come from nowhere and be able to benefit from it. So the target is very clearly defined. So there's really no risk in terms of the fear that it can go into wrong hands.
All right. The National Housing Fund is offering 6% interest loans and rent-to-own options through the FMBN. Are low-income civil servants, I mean, the ones who are earning the minimum wage, are they actually eligible to qualify for these mortgages? I mean, given the current living expenses.
There are two ways to answer this question. The first way is standard answer. The second way is getting down to let Nigerians know the specifics so that you can manage expectation. And fortunately or unfortunately for me, I think that coming from the background of somebody who has been an advocate for housing and somebody who is better known outside than in government, the fact that I'm in government should not change who I've been by being able to tell the truth and tell you how things are so we can manage expectation. The loan is what you get on account of your contributions. So over the years, they've been deducting 2.5% from your salary. When you want to apply for a loan, they will ask 1, 2, 3 questions. Number one, do you have a means of livelihood? Let's take the civil servants. That makes it a lot easier for me. Yes, you have a monthly income. Number two, how much is that monthly income? We cannot take more than 1/3 your salary as loan repayment for mortgage. That's a global standard. That means if you are earning 300,000 naira, we cannot take more than 100,000 naira every month as number one. Number two, how much you earn. Number three, there's what they call affordability profiling, which is what I've started with. In that, next question is, how old are you? And how long have you been in the civil service? Those two questions will determine how soon you reach the age 30, the age 60, or 35 in your years of service.
All right.
So when...
Okay, all right, thank you very much. At least Nigerians know, the process of getting loan for housing and all of that. Architect Ezekiel, I would like to ask you...
Are you sure they do know?
Sorry, Dan?
Are you sure they do know?
Well, at least you have said it, and I mean, we have a lot of viewers who are going to...
What allowed me to rest on it? That's why I'm thinking, instead of just... It's rather I answer 1, 2 questions and there's knowledge, which is why I'm here, than us just running over things. So that at the end of the day, each person can sit and know that, number one, this is how much I earn.
Okay.
Number two, this is the number of years in service I have. On the basis of that, my loan threshold can only be 10 million or 5 million or 15 million. So on the basis of that, you cannot get a loan more than that affordability profiling threshold. That is the bottom line. Now there is a very serious problem. Assuming my affordability profiling threshold is 10 million, how do I get a house of 15 million?
Okay.
Those are the sort of conversations, but let me listen to you.
All right, thank you very much. I think Nigerians are very intelligent people, and they will just grasp what we have.
No, this has nothing to do with intelligence.
Okay, I think there are bigger problems that Nigerians are confronted with, and all of that. You are rolling out 252 bedroom flat, apartment for Nigerians, civil servants, and all of that. The last time I checked, Nigeria has a deficit of 14.9 million houses. You have the Federal Housing Authority, which is more like an arm of the Ministry of Housing and all of that, that should help in closing that gap. Now, out of that 14.9 million, you are rolling out 250. Is that something that
that's why
FHA should be proud of?
Thank you. A good question. If you had listened to what I said from the beginning, I said the minister was specific that this is one of the packages, one of the interventions. It's like you go to a bank, they have different packages, even in current account or in savings account. One package does not constitute the work of the bank. So in housing delivery, number one, apart from that for the civil servants, there is the towns and cities of the Federal Housing Authority, of the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, where in 3 locations they are doing 1,000 houses, and the rest of the states they are doing 250 housing units in every state. These are different from this. Now leave the state government, the federal Ministry of Housing, come to Federal Housing Authority. We've gotten land and we're building in every state of the federation. Leave that alone. Go to Family Homes Fund. They are also having different packages. Go to MRIV, where organized by Murphy, Ministry of Finance Incorporated.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Go ahead, sir. I can hear you.
Can you?
Go ahead.
Fine.
Go ahead. We can hear you now.
So what you heard is just one package. It is when you take that of the towns and cities, 1,000, you take that of the other 200 for each of them, and then add this 250. That is just for Ministry of Housing.
Alone. Okay.
You come to Mortgage Bank, then you go to Family Homes Funds, you go to MRIV, you even go to Federal Mortgage Bank and Federal Housing Authority.
Architect Ezekiel, in all of this, because I mean our time is perishable, we don't have the whole time in the world to talk about all of this. I would like to ask you, are you able to provide us, your action plan in all of this in total? How many housing units is the FHA putting out there to ensure that in one way or the other, this 14.9 million deficit is closed up in like probably 5-10 years? Are you able to provide that detail, sir?
Thank you. That's fantastic question that you've asked. And please, maybe it would be nice to have programs when there's enough time. Housing is so important that you can't do just hit and run kind of stuff. I would really appreciate if we don't have this 10 minutes, but I understand there are many things you have to do. And for this, I'll try. Let's come to specific FHA. In Federal Housing Authority, in the past 2.5 years, going to about 3 years, with 3 years in February, we've been able to go and get prime land in 30 of the 36 states. That is step one. Number two, we've been able to go undertake the procurement processes, which can be very tedious. We've successfully done that for 17 states. Number three, we've gone to the next step of actually doing groundbreaking in 6 of the states, taking each geopolitical zone. It's for Southeast, we have done Abia. South, we have done Akwa Ibom. Then we've done Kaduna, which is North West. And then we are on Monday or Tuesday this coming week, we are coming to Osun, which is going to be for the Southwest. So we've done the land, we've done the procurement, we've done the groundbreaking, and we are in the process of completing. We've reached over 85% on one of our estates, one of the what that we concentrate on in Buhari, where we have about over 300 and something houses. We've done the full infrastructure, all the roads, all the water, the light, even the perimeter fencing, all have been completed. And we're expecting Mr. President that in the next 1 month or two. Then we have 1,500, which is a special program for which Mr. President is also going to commission in the next, maybe in the next 1 month or two, depending on what time he has.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Hi guys, my name is Stanley, aka Mazinze, aka G Billy Billy, aka Oba.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We apologize profusely for that short break in transmission. It was due to a technical glitch. Now let's return to Architect Ezekiel, who joined us from Abuja. Architect, good to have you back. Can you hear me,
Thank
sir?
you.
Oh, very real. Beautiful, beautiful. So I'd like for you to land on your thought. You were trying to give us some kind of a summary of your efforts in closing the gap. Yes.
Yeah, from Federal Housing Authority, where I can talk authoritatively, like I said, I don't know where it stopped. Number one, we've gotten prime land in 30 of the 36 states of the Federation. Number two, we've gone through the very rigorous procurement processes for 17 states so far. Number three, we have actually gone on to start groundbreaking in 6 of the states. We've gone to Abia, we've gone to Akwa Ibom State, we've gone to Kaduna State, we've done in Abuja, and then by Tuesday, in the coming week, we'll be in Osogbo. So we've gone that. Now, this and above all, we are not just doing procurement, groundbreaking, ground electing. We have a major estate we've been working on in Buhari of over 300 houses, and we've done the full infrastructure, we've done the things, we've done all the water reticulation, light, even perimeter fencing, and we are waiting for Mr. President to have time in the next 1 month or two to do the commissioning. And we have another one in DG, which is over 1,500 housing units. We've completed everything, is about 90% completed for Mr. President to also come and cut the ribbon. And because of the foundations that we had laid, being able to get prime land, being able to go through the procurement processes, being able to activate each of these places, we see us being able to produce so many housing units in the next 1 year, because we are going to be need-based. For instance, I'll tell you, in that of Akwa Ibom State, some like 3 bedrooms that we have about 60 units, it's been oversubscribed before we started. And FHA is not on budget. We don't take 10 naira from government. Everything we have done so far has been from our internally generated revenue. So what I want Nigerians to do, which is I remove the cap of being in FHA and put on the cap of being an advocate. Let Nigerians understand honest and genuine effort in housing delivery. Let them know that government works a lot along what they call lines of least resistance. Let Nigerians join the advocacy to make housing a major topic for all the campaigning people, including us, so that they will ask us, what have you done? And then ask the other parties, what are you bringing to the table? You know, we were looking forward to this time where we do not tell people this is what we hope to do. We want to be able to show people at campaign, this is what we have done. We want to take people to Buhari and show what we have done. We want to take people to GB and show what we have done. We want to take people to different states and show what we have done. So APC, by the president's agenda, is not going to be campaigning on rhetorics. As far as housing delivery is concerned, we are going to be taking you to your state and showing you what we have done in your state as far as FHA is concerned.
All right, thank you very much. It's, you know, this is all about campaigning, really, because that seems to be the focus. But how many Nigerians will have to move in before 2027? That's what Nigerians would like to know. But if you can, if you may, in 1 minute, you know, just emphasize more. I think you might have mentioned that at some point, but emphasize more. How many of these houses will be occupied before 2027?
Number one,
over, in 2 minutes, please.
Yes, in Buhari, over 350 Nigerians will move in before 2027.
Okay.
In GB, over 1,500 Nigerians will move into their estate before 2027.
And
that's the next 3-4 months.
And it would not matter which party
no.
they belong to.
Our housing delivery, I'm in the head of marketing. Marketing is under me.
Okay.
And I can tell you for free that when the forms come to my table, there's no place for state of origin or party it's for Nigerians. Federal Housing Authority is for every Nigerian. And we have, even in the contract award processes, nobody asks you which party. You look at your competence because we're a professional body. And I think that's another thing that this government has done. Where I am concerned, I speak about my own unit. where I can say with integrity that this is how it's done. Anybody getting to buy a house, as far as Federal Housing Authority is concerned, will never tell you that they got it because they belong to a party or not.
All right.
I even a friend who couldn't get it because he didn't meet the criteria. Okay. My own friend couldn't get it. And I told him, well.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Architect Ezekiel. The criteria, again, I mean, I'm curious because I need a house in Abuja. I mean, if I can get one through this means, I'll be most grateful. So the criteria, again, in 30 seconds, if you may.
Number one, you must show that you can either buy or service a mortgage. Okay. So your affordability profiling is important.
And how many years in service is required?
You shouldn't be more than 60 years old or 35 years in service. So whichever one is less, because even if you are like
so for one who has done 20 years in service, can that person still get?
Yes, you have 15 years.
15 more years to go. Okay.
Yes, 15 years. So long as you will not turn 60 before
that
15
time.
years.
All right then.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much, Architect.
But I think that this government really in housing delivery, only housing where they talk. That one I know.
I understand.
I think I can say as an advocate over 30 years that I will be able to speak with boldness, confidence, facts, and figures.
Well, we'll wait to hear from Nigerians that apply if they will corroborate the things that you've said. Well, thank you very much, Architect Ezekiel Nyetuk, Executive Director, Federal Housing Authority. Thanks for coming on the program.
What a pleasure. Thanks so much. God bless you all.
God bless you too. Ebonyi local government area orders businesses to shut down for governor's visit or face 1 million naira fine. Let's talk about this when we come back from this break.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Now, a letter circulating on social media has sparked outrage after the Ivo local government area of Ebonyi State ordered businesses to shut down all activities on Monday, 18th August to mobilize workers to welcome Governor Francis Nwifuru. The letter addressed to the CEO, manager of Arab Contractors Nigeria Limited, and other commercial operators in Ishiago directed the complete shutdown of business activities, including crushing of shippings, and instructed workers to assemble at the Igbo local government secretariat in Isiaka by 10 a.m., while the defaulters face a fine of some amount of money. The directive issued under the office of the executive chairman has drawn widespread criticism, condemnation, with many questioning why economic activities must be halted for a governor's visit and whether such orders reflect respect for citizens' rights and livelihoods. Well, we still have in the studio here with us our gentleman, but we've been joined virtually by Sir Chika Nwoba. He's a media influencer, good government advocate, and public affairs analyst. Sir Chika Nwoba, many thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence. Let's establish communication with you.
Thank you.
Okay, very well then. Thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence. Now, you listened to my intro. In parts of Ebonyi State, Igbo local government area, to be very precise, businesses were instructed to shut down because the governor was visiting. I'd like to have your broad reaction to this, especially in light of the fact that government is government, businesses are businesses. Why will people shut down businesses just because the governor is visiting? How do you react to this?
Thank you. Thank you for having me once again. The issue is that currently, Ebonyi State does not have a government that cares for the people. We have been suffering in that state ever since the current government came to fore, and people seem to be acquainted with that kind of public lifestyle. Public lifestyle in the sense that the government itself has taken it to mean that they are doing the right thing. How? It has been happening in all the local government areas of Ebonyi State. Ebonyi governor would be visiting a given local government area in the state. Then the announcement would be that no market should open. It is not only in Ivo local government. So Ivo local government was unlucky to have their own trending. Yes, because it happened everywhere, including my own local government area, Equal local government area. It happened everywhere. The governor is merely playing politics. The governor has no business with governance. He's playing politics. And it is unfortunate. I want to ask you, have you ever heard that a Ebonyi State government commissioned any project, or just one project? What the governor has been doing, what the government has been doing is politics. Okay, we all know that in Nigeria, local government elections are purely business of the party in power. No two ways to it. It is the business of the party in power. So why are you stopping the entirety of the populace from going
Sir Chika, let me ask you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, beautiful. Now, I'm a bit surprised to hear you say that the Ebonyi State Governor Francis Nwifuru has not commissioned one single project. Well, because the information we get here in Lagos is that Ebonyi State is a construction site. You know, especially if you have to rely on the experience of the past, where Dave Umar, he practically built, we hear, all the roads, and I've seen some of the roads in Ebonyi State, flyovers, even where, I think I narrated one experience where my vehicle broke down, in one of the flyovers, and for more than 15, 20 minutes, no other vehicle passed. And so we hear that Ebonyi State is a construction site. Is it that there are no ongoing projects, or the guy is a silent operator, silent performer? I mean, roads are constructed and people just start using it without fanfare and all of that. Which one will it be? Sachika, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, go ahead, sir. I can.
I said that I am from that state. And the governor is not any silent achiever. He has been constructing one flyover, a flyover called Vanco Flyover, for 3 years and 2 months now. And that flyover does not seem as if it is going to be completed in the next 10 years. That is the current situation of the flyover, because that flyover is his highest project. He called it legacy project. I am not just speaking. He said it, that flyover is his legacy project. This is a flyover that engineers, professionals in construction have faulted. In fact, the government wanted to hand it over to. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Chuka, but I want us. Okay. As far as I'm concerned, he's not doing a lot. But so, and according to you, this thing is not happening in just Ivo local government area. It happens across all the local governments of the state. Now, I mean, this is quite scary. Chuka, we'll come back to you in a bit. In the meantime, let's return to the studio and get the views of our other analysts. Mazi, you recall that sometimes when we have a president, not just this president, other presidents, even military presidents, when they are traveling out of Abuja into and out of Lagos, roads are cordoned, blocked off, and all of that. Oh, I thought it was that, well, for security reasons and all of that. But I'm surprised that a governor is visiting a local government and businesses, including people that crush chippings, which is, I mean, is a big business in that part of the state. And so people are asked to shut down their businesses just to receive the governor. What do you make out of it? Entitlement on the part of the governor, impunity against the people, good governance, or what?
It's unfortunate, it is senseless, and it is retrogressive. At this point in time of our socio-political and economic development, that a governor can be thinking in that direction. Very, very unfortunate. I tell you one story. There was a time when Muhammad Buhari was the president. We were going towards the airport around Ikejanda Bridge. There was traffic. And, unusual traffic, 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, everything was blowing on. And then the police people around now told us that the president is coming. We said, okay, president, where is he now? He said he's still in Abuja. One policeman was able to tell us that he's in Abuja. We said, somebody that is in Abuja, not yet taken off, and we are blocking road in Ikeja area of Lagos. That is nonsensical. So what it is impunity. I can't understand why the governor cannot go about his business in Ivo area, local government area, and allow the people to do their thing. Because we thrive on sustainability.
Could this be for security purposes?
It cannot be. Which security? How can it be for security reasons? If you are endear to your people, you don't fear any fall. You don't fear security. You can almost always take retinue of your security and go your way. People shouldn't get involved. Because in present Nigerian situation, people are on daily revenue generation. So any attempt to disrupt a particular day that people do not work, we are creating crisis for the family and by extension for the people. So I think it's very retrogressive. These are the things, the governor should be called to order. Right. It should not happen. It is retrogressive, like I said. Yeah. It shouldn't happen in the 21st century. Nigeria, it cannot.
But don't you think it might just be part of our political culture of sycophancy? Because some people might also argue that the governor may not even be aware of this so-called shutdown.
He should be aware. If he's endeared to his people, he should be aware. Now, this thing was not said by word of mouth. It was written down. Communication, assuming without considering that he did not know. The thing can filter to him. Now, when he knew what happened, how did he react to it? That is critical. Assuming he didn't know ab initio. Now, when he knew about this, what did he do? All right.
Let's get your thoughts in on this one, sir.
For me, it's the height of psychopathy. And it's also give a pointer to the fact that local government chairman, Abinishio, was not qualified to be local government chairman. So it was a kind of gift to him. And so he has to kowtow to the governor. I am sure that the governor may not be aware of this. Most of the things they do, because the only time the governor will know is when the advanced party gets to that particular place. That's when the advanced party will feed the head of protocol that this is what we met on ground. And at that time, he couldn't do much to change the situation. How could you shut down a local government? Is the man coming to campaign? Is he coming to commission project? If he's coming to commission project, you can also put your local government staff around, and then traditional rulers. These are people that are not into business. Let them commission, cut the tape, and let everybody go. Why must you say the whole local government should just shut down because the governor is coming?
Or you pay a fine of 1 million naira. There's a fine attached.
What is that local government is not a popular local government, so it's likely to be rural based. Where are they going to get the 1 million naira fine?
But it's a very rich local government, because that is where they have the crushed rock industries, chippings and all of that.
What I'm saying
big business.
Is everybody doing that?
It's not everybody. They might have been targeting specific organizations.
So for me, if I have a business, if I have a business in that place, and my customers are demanding for chips for that particular day, so I'll shut down. How do I explain to my customer that is in Lagos or Aba?
You probably pay the 1 million naira fine.
All right, then let's go back to the man over there. Let's speak to what's his name now, Chika. Now, let me ask you the same question I asked here. Would you term this oppressive or precautionary? Let's get your conclusion thoughts as well.
Well, the issue is that it is a culture in Ebonyi, and it is exclusive to the current government of when Ebonyi was there. It was like that. No local government was shut down.
What led to it becoming a culture?
Local government election campaign.
What led to it becoming a culture?
Yes,
Why do you think?
Yes, it is becoming I would have loved to give you a brief profile of the man that is the chairman of Ivo local government area.
All right,
Mr. Obon, I would have loved to give you his brief history so that you know.
Well, since he's not here, since he's not on seat, and it might take a while for us to get him on. We just might hold on to the profile you want to give until we get hands on him, so he'll have a right of reply. So just talk to us about this.
Yes, it is becoming a tradition in Ebonyi, and we are in this current administration of Right Honorable Francis Ogbonnaya, because it is not happening only in Ivo local government area. Ivo local government area is just unlucky to have its own autocratic orders trending. It has been happening everywhere in that state. People are beaten up. Houses are burnt. People are chased out of their communities for reason of politics. This is a local government election. Only the ruling party is the one participating. No other political party is participating in that election. So why are you ordering an entire local government area to be shut down just because you are organizing a local government campaign rally? You see, so it is becoming tradition for 3 years now, because it is happening everywhere.
All right.
It is okay. You may not have heard that a man was killed just 2 days ago in Ohauku local government area of Ebonyi State, because the stakeholders of Ohauku local government area, APC stakeholders, announced that nobody should endorse or pray for any candidate that is contesting outside of APC. Then that man blessed Apga House of Representatives candidates for Ebonyi Stroke Ohauku Federal Constituency by Barrister Tochukwu of Gagalago. And the next day, that man was killed.
So are you insinuating
The
it's politically motivated?
Yes, APC stakeholders in Ohaoku local government area announced it. Yes, I can share with you the video. They announced it that anybody, be you traditional ruler, be you religious head, if you dare pray for any candidate any candidate outside APC, then you will lose your life. You will be dealt with. When someone tells you that he will deal with you, what do you know? So
all right, this is a serious allegation that you're putting out there. We'll reach out to one or two APC stakeholders in Ohaoku and hear what they have to say concerning this, and then we'll get you back. In fact, we'll probably just get both of you on the show together. Well, thank you very much, Chika Nwaba, media influencer, good governance advocate, and public affairs commentator. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you.
We must appreciate Mazi Amobi Iheburu, public affairs analyst, and Daily Fanimo. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for being on the program as well.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. Newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey. Bye for now.
I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for watching.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. See you again. Bye for now.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Leave it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the top, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Hi guys, my name is Stan Nze, aka Mazinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Benini. And this is VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hi everyone, my name is Zakil Dabela and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Just Equal to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demudia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the voice of the people TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the baddest VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV.
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. It's time for us to dive into the papers, look at the headlines, and make sense of it all. I'm Moses Humphrey. Welcome to Newspaper Review.
And I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again.
And we have Dele Fanimo and Mazi Amobi Ihegoro. Gentlemen, thank you very much for staying with us. Now let's dive into it. Of course, the issue of spending, monies accrued, and the rest of them, is in the dailies, and we'll touch on it as we go. So here is the big story on the cover page of the Daily Sun newspaper. Gun battle in Osogbo. Gunmen attack Adeleke's convoy. Security operatives repel attack at Ataoja's palace. Davido, incident not connected with us. Okay, so we talked about this earlier in the day, but I'm of the opinion that we should wait until proper investigations are concluded and then we get to know exactly what transpired. The Punch report says Osun Poll, Adeleke gets certificate, unveils 500 million naira victims fund. And Nigerian Tribune, also published this story with a little catch to it, saying that a 60-year-old man was killed in the gun battle, as it were, that took place. So there was one established victim from that one. Now, gentlemen, what are your thoughts? Daily, please.
Well, Davido might have his own opinion. The question is, was he there? No.
Yes, he was.
He was there.
He was there.
Accompanied his uncle.
Okay. Now, if he was there, one thing I want to say is the timing. Why is it that it was when the governor was in the palace that...
When he was leaving, actually.
Was in the palace. He had to take his exit through the back door.
No, he had stepped out before the battle.
He took the exit, according to the report in Daily Sun. The exit that usually the monarch and his family takes out of the palace.
Yes. That's
but they didn't come in through that exit. So it shows that there is more to it. And now Tribune has just reported that there is a casualty.
Yeah.
So it shows that those guys wouldn't pretend not to know that the governor was in the palace at the point they struck. So their motive is what we should be interrogating. That it wasn't something that has to do. Because if somebody was not well prepared, he wouldn't dare a sitting governor in that palace at that moment to even fire a single shot. And this shot was not a shot to herald his arrival. Yes, in some cases, you see palace guards, the hunters, when they want to herald the arrival of dignitaries like the governor, they will fire shots to welcome him. But this is not the case, because if you had fired to welcome a governor, you fire into the air.
In your opinion, you think it's an attempt?
It's an attempt on his life. It's an attempt on his life. More so,
what does
the latest information that somebody died.
Yeah, stray bullets probably.
So they didn't shoot
to the
air. They targeted somebody, and that's to show you.
But what does that say? What does that say about the atmosphere in Osun State? In the build-up we saw killings, and all of that, and then after the election, this is happening. Saying that assuming it's an attempt on his life. What does that say about the atmosphere in Osun State and what we should expect?
It means that there is no let to violence as we speak.
And no respect to...
So the governor should take up the gauntlet and make sure that he restores peace at all costs. A non-state actor should not come and harass a sitting governor in the state as chief security officer.
Okay, it's a bit curious that this is happening. Earlier in the day, I said that police hadn't, but I'm happy that in the course of the program, we discovered that police has not come out with any specific comment. This is what happened. Police says investigations are underway, are ongoing, and so they will tell us with time. But I also said that in all of this, there's a thin line between conspiracy and coincidence. Now, there's a conspiracy that, well, it could be some people that are after the governor. Now, the coincidence part of it is that it just happened when the governor was at the palace and all of that. Now, the video says, I like the way the video is taking up ownership. Say it has nothing to do with us. Probably talking about accompanying his uncle to that. Yeah. And I'm thinking that he might just be getting involved into politics. I'll not be surprised to see him contest for Senate.
I said that before.
Senate and all of that. And probably, they have he has an uncle, Isiaka, that was senator and governor, later governor. Now, Demola was senator, governor. So Davido might just be senator and later governor.
In the family. The patriarch was a senator.
His own grandfather, was a senator. And I'm sure that if Davido contests for Senate in
31.
When the uncle will still be on seat, he might just have his way. But that's aside from it. Now, what is going on in Osun State shows that the place is still heavily militarized. There was a shootout between who? What were they after? Was it a cult related, or is it rivalry between one gang and the other? And so I still go back to that bloodline between conspiracy and coincidence. It will be very pretty early to preempt the police investigation. We just hope that when the police comes out, with their investigation, it's going to be accurate. But like they say in intelligence, the sum total is always less than the whole. So it might not be accurate, but the governor should watch it. People of Osun State, the Imole should also watch it. Imole. Okay, I thought it was Imole. Thank you for that. Now, my heart goes out, and I hope that the heart of this station goes out to, the man that lost, the 60-year-old man that lost his life. It's unavoidable. It was unwarranted and all of that. And I hope that the police will get to the root of this matter so that it doesn't escalate beyond all of this.
Yeah, for me, Osho is still a work in progress. Pre-election violence, election violence, and post-election violence. It's creeping in. This is just about 72 hours after the elections. And then we are still having, skirmishes here and there. I think it is very important that Osho State should watch it. I wouldn't believe that people should be doing this thing after elections and collection of certificates. It means a lot more things may happen if care is not taken. It baffles a whole lot of us that Osho State should be,
going through something like this.
Yes, have this kind of thing, and this is very close to the general elections. Let it not be sustained till the general elections, or let it not be a harbinger of a very bad thing.
Wouldn't it be daring for anyone to make an attempt at the governor?
Life? Considering the retinue of security the governor goes around with.
I mean, even if an attempt is made and whoever carries it succeeds, that will be...
It is present. All Osho will be in the eye of the storm, subsequently. Recall what happened before the election about the freezing of accounts.
Oh, yes.
The argument by Mr. President that, why now? You can do your job, but not now. The timing is of the essence. It's not right. Do not be surprised that the FCC will also come back and do what they want to do and all. And this will almost always heighten tensions in Osho when none existed. So it is, Osho is still work in progress, whether it is positive or negative.
All right.
Osho should be watched very closely.
All right, then. Osho should be watched closely too. Well, let's look at some other headlines here. EFCC to channel unremitted pension. EFCC recoveries to education sector. We talked about this already. The Senate grills NSC over poor performance of Nigerian football teams. Hold emergency meeting with Diko Gusau. Now let's go to The Guardian and take some headlines from The Guardian newspaper.
Why must a Senate drill NFL? What is the business?
Well,
is there part of the oversight function?
It's oversight, yes.
We have, my thinking is that we have a lot more things to talk about.
Yes, we did.
The ladies have done their bit for the past 10 years. You don't expect them to be at the top always. It's a game. Now, they themselves acknowledge the fact that they were not in their topmost form. The ladies in question. So there comes a time when you get to your apogee, when you get to the zenith.
It's more depressing that they lost to South Africa. Yes. And you know what?
Double wahala for everybody.
So what I'm saying in effect is that I think we have much more issues. You should leave those things. I think the board of NFF or something constituted a panel to look at what happened why their abysmal performance and all that. I don't think Senate should be more busier.
I'm surprised you're saying this. This piece of news, do you know how much the board have been a mini press conference, to put out this, to say that Senate is going to grill NFF and NSC. And so the Senate committee has to do its work. And the budget for this has to be spent.
You're looking at it from another angle. Why I'm looking at it is that, as presently constituted, the Nigerian people have much more issues to grapple with. Like I said, the ladies have won for the past 10 years. They have been on top of African football for the past 10 years. I'm not making excuses for why they lost. But when you are there, others will also. It's a game. You cannot be there perpetually. If the team requires reorientation, requires new hands and all that, that is the business of the sporting community to think about. You understand what I'm saying? At this point in time, when we are less busy, we can look at other issues and all that. I'm not trying to downplay the effect or the significance of sports, or particularly football, in the overall destiny of Nigeria. I'm not trying to,
of course, yes.
Okay, all right.
But more importantly, we have a lot of things to think about.
Okay, a lot of
they
things.
Should not get distracted.
All right.
Why Falcons should not.
Sorry, Moses, before we move on, I would like to say something about the NEL Fund, channeling monies to NEL Fund. I think the federal government should be very, very careful, in giving EFCC unfettered access to recovered money. Nigerians were still questioning why EFCC had to, on their own, keep the 50 billion naira that they donated, the seed capital, to NEL Fund. Why did the EFCC have to return that money? Where did the money come from? They might have explained, but I'm not aware. And so, because we have a case in this country, why is Malami under the clegg light? Because monies recovered, under his watch as Attorney General of the Federation got missing. We couldn't.
No, were relooted.
Were relooted. And so that is the word, relooted. And so we shouldn't give EFCC unfettered access to recovered money. When they recover those monies, those monies should be paid into the federal government account, either with the central bank or wherever, consolidated revenue fund, so that it could be accounted for properly. Should EFCC be a financing warehouse for Nigeria's money? I'm not sure. That's part of their mandate. So if the government is coming to say, well, all recovers money from the EFCC, let them channel them to NEL Fund. That's going to be another SPV, for members of the EFCC. I mean, there have been shootouts between operatives of the EFCC. Who is going to keep custody of recovered property that are under investigations? And so when you give them unfettered access like this, it becomes a bigger problem. So let us watch it carefully.
Yes. I want to believe that there wouldn't have been a time when part of the responsibility of EFCC is to keep custody of recovered funds. I wouldn't think that. Perhaps they might be doing this on confidence, convenience. It's convenient for them to do so.
No, they shouldn't. It shouldn't be convenient.
It should not, because it is susceptible to a lot of other things and all that. So Nigerian government should take serious look at,
I absolutely align my thoughts with
because it is painful for you to recover and get relooted. It's very, very painful. Absolutely. Because I know a lot of energy, a lot of resources are also put in the recovery effort. It can't be easy. A lot of court cases, legal fees and what have you, which some people say if you have, brief from BFCC, I think it is likely that people, scramble for this type of legal this thing with the EFCC and all that. So it becomes on government to safeguard what has been recovered to the benefit of the average Nigerian.
All right. So since we're talking about this, let's touch on this headline again, because I particularly like the way the Guardian puts it. It says state spending faces scrutiny over 15.8 trillion naira windfall, citizens' welfare. And the writers, 350% of FG's share spent on wage adjustments, debt servicing, cost increase. Nigerians, civil society members demand dividend accountability. FG plans portal to track states, LG's allocations, projects. Poverty remains unfinished business, says Oyedele. Budget, that's budget, the organization, raises transparency questions about states' spending. Chukuma.
Yes, I'm happy that we are here again. First off, the federal government or Ministry of Works should not create any portal to monitor. They are already portals. There is what we call staffed, state whatever, on top of my head is an acronym, staffed. And so it is something that all the state governments are statutorily required to do. Your budget on a quarterly basis, you put it up in a website, because that is the only condition that federal government will oblige you, will become an obligor for you if you want to borrow more funds from external sources. And so instead of duplicating that responsibility by creating another portal, they should just maintain that one. We have had situations like in my own state when under the current governor, when we had queries about certain finances and all of that, when the accountant general and the commissioner for finance slipped, there were monies that were budgeted, and those monies were expected, we were told that they had been spent on projects. We didn't see the projects, and we spotlighted it in the staff, in that portal. So by the time we got back, they had pulled it down. You understand? And so they should not create another portal to complicate or duplicate all of these issues. I'm happy, away from that, I'm happy that we are raising issues about the spending pattern of both the states and the federal government and local governments. On the morning show, we talked about it. My opinion is that these things are layered. Local governments, how much of their responsibility do they take is still a problem as far as we are concerned. Because the local governments still remain an appendage or appendages of the state government. By constitutional creation, the Constitution says, well, state house of assemblies, who are, by the way, under the terms of the governors, have the right, the powers to make laws for the good governance and administration of local governments. But on the lacuna side of it, the same Constitution created the local governments, which shouldn't be. States should be allowed to create their own local government because in federal systems, it's not a federating unit. And so you cannot make it a federating unit. But here we see a situation where the federal government shares money with state and local governments. And unfortunately, they have what they call JAC, which is a dual accounting system between the states and the local government. It doesn't work well, and that is why we're having this problem. Now, the states are receiving a lot of money. What are the states doing with the monies? Governors pay salaries, they gloat. False sense of accomplishment. The fact that you have paid salary doesn't mean that salaries are taken for granted. Even private organizations pay salaries and they don't gloat about it, over it, because a worker deserves his wage. Now, to the federal government still gets a large chunk of the money shared between it and the local government. And so 52%, what do they do with this money? Infrastructure. From the riders that you read out, a certain percentage, high level of that money went into what? Adjustments.
Yes, that's 350% of
federal government share spent on
wage adjustments
and loan servicing.
Yes.
Now we have some of these governors are yet to pay the minimum wage.
Some of the governors. Yes, some of them are. So, no, the governors have questions to answer.
Talking about FG.
Federal government.
No, I'm saying that in spite of this money that is coming to them, some of them are yet to pay.
I was talking about the federal government now.
Yes.
FG, wage adjustment. They are adjusting. And so what it practically tells us is that we are still low on infrastructure. Because the recurrent is still higher than the current, which is capital expenditure. It's still higher than capital expenditure. And so a situation where you have the recurrent expenditure higher than the capital expenditure, it points to one direction. You are still consuming. You are not productive. And so when this government prides itself in providing infrastructure, Nigerians are asking, where are the infrastructure? Federal roads are still dilapidated in across the length and breadth of this country. In the southeast, I spoke with someone in the northeast the other day. He said, well, forget Dave Umahi. What he's saying is not true. People are dying here because the federal roads in the northeast are made death traps. In some parts of the southwest, people are complaining. South, the legacy project, the East-West Road, which is supposed to be a national legacy project, is still under construction, close to 40 years and more. And so when they say that they are building infrastructure, what are this infrastructure? People spend like 4, 5, 6 hours over the weekend between Asaba and between Ore and Asaba. Where does that happen? Businesses are crumbling, transportation very high, people sleep on the road and all of that. And so we need to provide all of these things. It's good that they are building the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Coastal Highway and the Badagry Sokoto Highway, but how about internal roads and all of that? Those are not the only 2 federal roads we have in this country. We need more. And so before you get into all these bigger projects, fix the internal roads. If there is a way they can reinvent DFRI, Directorate for Roads, Rural and Road Infrastructure, that would be a good thing. Because
we
it's going to be some kind of interconnection.
I agree with you. I agree. We have been inundated with this issue of governors are getting more. Governors are getting more. Governors are getting more. And if you ask the federal government, they will reiterate the fact that governors are getting more and that you should hold your governors accountable. Mm-hmm. How do we do that? How do we hold our governors accountable for the humongous amount of money they get from the federal government? Can anyone help me? Because we want to try and see how we can make these governors accountable, as it were. You can't be netting in a huge sum of money from the federal government, and yet the states and local government are, not in good shape. Something like this rules, there are some rural rules that local government should have taken care of, even before the state comes in.
But the money is with the state.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I say, how can we get the state governors accountable? How can we make them?
It's very simple.
Tell me, please.
You have State House of Assembly. And each of these members of this State House of Assembly, they come from particular constituencies. If you march to an honorable's house and insist that you don't come back to this constituency until you do our bidding, because you derive your power from us. And then, if that does not work, let people march to the State Assembly and insist that you people must raise questions about how money comes to this state and how this money is spent. It was alleged that my state governor had increased his own security vote to 3 billion. This is a state that has share of 13% derivation. This is the state that has moved IGR during Akeredolu's tenure to close to 5 billion. This is a state that you get VAT apart from federal allocation that has increased. And today, the president cannot come to those states because there is nothing to commission. Look at what they told you about Ebonyi State. And we just sit down, wait for 50,000, 20,000 naira on election day, collect, and then go back to your home to go and sulk.
Then you simply reinforce the governors. If the state has a lot of money, IGR, 13% derivation, the governor should take more than 3 billion naira. I mean, the state has money. Shouldn't that be?
Okay, it's all right. It's all right if he takes that, because I don't even have any power to reverse the trend. But what I'm saying is, okay, what is left?
What you're saying is that the state has money.
The state? Yes, the state has money.
The governor.
Let me tell you, what comes to those states is far higher than what comes to Oyo State. But you can see what Oyo State governor is doing. You can see what Adeleke has done in Osun. What Ogun, that has proximity advantage with Lagos State. Once you get from Bega, you are already in Ogun State. All those new companies springing up there, they pay tax to Ogun State. If you move from Sango, once you leave Sango to Agbara, you are in Ogun State. What are they doing with the money? People should ask them. All right. Those who march to the National State Assembly, they will be compelled to ask the governor. And if the governor is not ready, march to the government house. How many people can you kill?
There's really a lot to unpack in all of this. But, like Mazi Amobi said, in the coming days, coming hours, everything will start to reveal themselves.
Yes, it will be distilled.
Exactly. Well, because I'm looking at this 350% of FG share spent on wage adjustment, and I'm thinking, NLC and TUC are already mooting the idea of a wage increase. So will this hamper?
Because they close their eyes
intention
and sign the 3-year agreement, and it's not up to 3 years now. So they can't go anywhere.
It will be 3 years by next year. So I mean, they are preparing the ground for another.
What if they have a clause that can
there's no clause
enable them come in?
I read it. There's no clause. The 3 years is statutory. They can't come back.
But they are preparing the ground. 3 years will be 2027, right?
Early next year.
Yes. So they can start negotiating again. But this
piecemeal approach by government, is it right? The military has gotten their own. Is it the military or the army specifically?
The military.
The military has gotten their own.
Army, Navy, Air Force.
Yes.
What about the police?
30%, 80%.
What about the police?
Paramilitaries
and all that. I think the government should have a holistic idea about what
police
they told us.
Go to war.
They projected. I think it was the finance minister or whoever that told us how much it will cost government to review upwards the salary of the military.
980.
Yes, there was
928.
Yeah, there was a figure. I think the government should sit down and look at this thing holistically with a view to understanding what, because these sectorial reviews, I do not think is the best in the circumstance. Because if you look at the Nigeria ecosystem, it is one. When the experience of Nigerians are the same vis-a-vis market situation and what have you. So a holistic approach to a salary review will suffice so that no single subsector can now come up and say, well, why were you saw the military retired military.
Yes.
They were on rampage, saying that they ought to have been included in the salary review and all that. So is it an oversight? I think they were saying once a military man is a military man and all that and all that. Is it an oversight or was it deliberate and intentional that they were sidetracked and all that? So these are issues. So this piecemeal approach will not be too good. It will not be seamless. It will not solve the problem of agitation, because based on the economic outlook, people must almost always ask for salary upwards review.
All right.
Whether that solves the problem, because once you get more money, inflation
it doesn't solve the problem.
Also soars and all that. So it is a cycle, it's a recurring decimal in our ecosystem.
All right, so talking about that, let me just read the headlines that align with that. Military pensioners storm Defense Ministry to protest 12-month arrears. And then Pension Row, ex-servicemen suspend protest after Defense Minister assurance. So they've been assured of something to be done. So they have
the Nigerian.
And let me just add this, that in most countries of the world, they treat soldiers differently. And so Nigeria is not an exception. Don't forget that they pulled out the military from the new pension scheme, but the police is still there.
And police is asking to...
And they're asking to be exited from the new pension scheme so that they can have gratuity. And yes, I sympathize with them. I think they also deserve that because they also have some level of risk associated with their job. But then the military is sacrosanct in this respect because they go to war and they do extra things that go beyond just maintaining law and order within the precinct of the country. So even in America, they do the same to them. They give them special salary.
There's free health care.
Yeah, almost everything is free. Yeah, that's why they can stick out their neck.
Yeah,
they can,
many people have argued,
they can put their life on the line.
You're talking about
salary adjustment. It's not
soldiers.
Yes.
Okay.
But when you talk about the pensioners, the veterans are the pensioners.
Yes, the pensioners.
Yeah, many people have okay, sorry.
You see, the problem with that is most of the time, maybe it's a deliberate act, I don't know. They don't understand that the current servicemen will turn out to be a retiree tomorrow. And that is the backlash for this is the fact that they are calling for recruitment of 20,000 new intakes. Up to now, no state had been able to fill its quota, even in spite of unemployment.
People are not interested.
Because people are not interested. In the barracks, when we were growing up, your father will be proud to see you in uniform. It's like he's replicating himself in the force. But today, your father will almost lay a curse on you if you say you want to go to the military.
Since we're on the matter
why is it
of
so?
salary increments and the rest of them, this headline, I think I should take this headline as well. 9.5 trillion naira salary bill. FEC, that's Federal Executive Council, targets ghost workers, payroll fraud. BPP saves 1.5 trillion naira from procurement reforms. Benchmarking in 18 months. APTPI or APTP seeks stronger oversight of 68.3 trillion naira 2026 budget procurement. All right. So, yeah. Well, just has to put that.
Let me just chip in that throwing money around, to these security forces is not the best. A situation where if you retire, you still have access to health. You understand what I'm saying? Because I do not think those retired military guys have access to health. You
They
still
do.
have access to health after retirement.
Yes, they do.
If you have it, that is a plus. Because no amount of money, throw around in terms of salary adjustment, upward review of salary, will do the magic. You should be able to have health, health scheme,
dedicated to them.
that, takes care of you and your immediate family, even at retirement. Because all these things put pressure on the average Nigerian, and particularly the average retired soldier, in this present economic quagmire that Nigeria is. So we should look at more of welfare packages
All right.
to, these armed forces retired men than throwing money around. In that case, it will go a long way to really stemming the tide of protest and making people to turn in, to sign in to become soldier or Air Force men or naval officers and what have you. Because
Right.
as presently constituted, like Dele is, talked about, many people are not eager to get. I would
Into
not
the
be
military.
surprised that by January, you will not get the 28,000 people that Mr. President is talking about.
All right, so
But
you're
I think-
talking security.
sorry, I think it shouldn't be restricted to the military alone. You see, most times NLC and TUC, they have not been able to win themselves all this aluta thing. Present day issues on salary and wages is beyond salary increase. Government should put in place certain things that would cushion the effect of meager salary. You just mentioned one. As a matter of fact, I was taught in school that salary is the 5th in the hierarchy of need of a worker. One of these is what you just mentioned, health. When you provide health, you know that if you are taking even a risk in your plant, you know that you have somebody to back you up. You can go to the clinic and get free medical service. You want to work, but where you know that you are not covered, you are not likely to do anything that will injure you because you know that you are not working. Then the issue of severance. What is the level of severance? That would even encourage workers to stay. Because the longer you stay, the more your severance.
All right.
So a lot of issues. What if government provides efficient transportation system rather than throwing money at workers? Where you commute every day, you spend 2,000 naira, and suddenly government provides efficient transportation that will not fail. If it is 10 o'clock, it is 10 o'clock, and then you are paying 800 or 700 for that same trip, down from 2,000 to 800. Is it not better than announcing salaries that before you even get to the market women and men are waiting for you?
All right, then. Well, let's take another headline, still from The Guardian, still on security matters. Tinubu orders security overhaul amid concerns over policing, gun violence. And then the riders to that, very interesting riders, I must say. President gives committee 90 days to produce 5-year defense strategy. Police remit over 11,000 recovered arms for destruction. Odinkalu, others warn state police could deepen security problems. Experts fault poor funding, political interference in proposed force. Okenyodo links insecurity to governance failures, weak institution, and gunshots cause panic at Oja Palace during Adeleke's visit. Gentlemen, you want to go first?
The man is afraid of the 11,000 recovered.
I mean, I'm doing some kind of mental calculation of 11,000.
11,000. That is the police alone, no, not the military.
11,000. You know, I had a guest on my show the other day. The guy plays political lens. Yes, the guy plays around the port, you know, customs sector and all of that, import, export, clearing and forwarding. And the guy he just came in and was panting. I said, what happened? He said that they recovered, that they seized.
That was last week. About 39,000 or so.
Of rifles.
Pump action in the restaurant. Yes.
At the port authority here in Lagos. And I am like, 39,000 discovered or stopped. How many more?
Escaped
scrutiny and all of that.
And now in the hands of hoodlums.
Non-state actors. Now I hear 11,000 recovered. Mind you, in all of this, headsmen are still carrying their AK-47 around. There's not been this mop-up, you know, within that sector. And in Benue Plateau,
we have more guns coming into Nigeria.
We have more guns coming into Nigeria. And so who are behind all of this? Non-state actors?
I mean, guns don't come cheap.
Guns don't come cheap. And so looks like, you know, when Hutus were busy importing machetes, it looked like is a normal thing until the country unraveled. And so if the president is coming out with a 5-year defense strategy, beautiful idea, 5-year defense strategy. But what are the milestones? What are the thresholds? How do you check? How do you evaluate? How do you measure? Because it is one thing to put all of these beautiful things on paper. Like I normally say, we are not bereft of fantastic ideas. We have the best brains practically in all parts. I make bold to say, everywhere Nigerians go in all parts of the world, they excel.
Yeah.
They excel. First, we normally come between first fifth in anything we got into. And so we have Harvard trained, Oxford trained, Cambridge trained that come back and put all of these things on paper. But the problem of enforcement, implementation, how do we work around that particular problem? Defense strategy, beautiful one. But so how do we make it work for us? That is my concern. That is my worry. Especially, and this idea of, like Dele normally says that the middle belt, you know, got into the problem they have now because at some point there was arms mop-up.
Yeah.
Against one particular people. Then the other people were allowed, you know, to carry their arms. And that is why it is difficult, you know, for people in the middle belt, you know, to fight back. And so if we have 11,000 arms recovered, where did all of that come from? Beyond that, we also have not stopped the proliferation of light arms and ammunition from the Sahel region. People are pushed away from Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Libya, and all of that, Chad. And where do they find safe haven? Northwest, northeast. Is a big problem.
Big problem indeed. All right, some more headlines.
Now, can we shift emphasis? You know, you said this 11,000 will be destroyed
for destruction. They've been set aside for destruction. Okay.
What is the justicity of that? Is it the appropriate response to whatever?
Would you have them store them up and use them?
For the Nigerian military, for the Nigerian army.
The same military that the NSA has said.
Are we self-sufficient in military hardware like
to the bandits?
I'm just thinking aloud.
I understand.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just thinking aloud. Is it the appropriate response to it? Do we need to destroy them? You know, are we self-sufficient that we can destroy them? Can't we need them? Can't we, you know, I'm just thinking, or is it a policy that when such a thing happens, the response is to destroy?
That has always been the pattern.
The backdrop of death of finances. You know, because some people say, I was listening to somebody, you know, he said that one bullet costs something, you know, in terms of American dollars, it costs something.
That's the Minister of Defense.
Yeah, and all that. So you now check. That is why he was trying to talk about security budgets and what have you, that people do not know how much a bullet costs. And that is why any military man do not shoot at random and all that and all that. So these things have cost. Is it possible for us to look at other ways of trying to harness some of these things? I'm just thinking aloud. I'm not a military man, so I wouldn't know what the policies are.
You want to help out?
It has always been the pattern. And don't forget that some of these catcher of arms may not conform to the standard used in the military. You know, some of them are locally calibrated, some of them are locally made, and so like this cut-to-size rifle and all that. So you don't see a soldier or a policeman carrying such arms and ammunition. And you know, some of these arms, if you allow it, it's just like you have a poultry farm, and then you allow people to come and buy morbid birds. You find out that the staff in that poultry will be killing birds so that they can have regular supply to those people that will want to buy morbid birds. So the only way to stop it, I think, is to destroy some of these things. You know.
All right.
That's the way I say it.
All right. So I guess that will help answer the questions on the minds of some other people. All right. So Tinubu orders further forensic probe into fake agency scandal. That's from the Punch newspaper. That has the picture of Prince Adeyemi.
What is further there? Have they concluded the initial?
You know, they submitted one to the president. So
and he said interim report.
Interim report. So he has ordered, you know, further probe. So yes, the report here reads: the president directed the commissioning of a comprehensive forensic investigation into the fictitious Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council scandal. And then the Minister of Finance, he was speaking about this. He disclosed this while briefing State House correspondent after the Federal Executive Council meeting presided over by the president himself at Aso Rock Villa. And then he said that this is to do with the fake agency, and it's called the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Okay, oh well, just basically emphasizing that this agency will further probe that agency that's been termed fake now. But we know that the agency did exist.
The agency did exist.
So don't you believe, I want to believe that the issue of the fake agency has been so much so watered down that we can hardly discuss it again.
I think other things came up.
Is it? Yeah,
other things came up. But I mean, it's still in the news, so we're still discussing it really.
I was thinking that government will take very serious look at this thing, and urgently too. Because as the day, I quarreled with the time lag for the submission of the report, 1 solid month. I said, what are they looking at? And after 1 month, we have gone about 3 other weeks on top, and we are not yet done with this. The time lag is so much that it has shifted the public focus on that to some other thing else. And before we say Jack Robinson, the thing might be swept under the carpet or treated with naivety. So I think that issues like this should be in the front burner and government takes a decisive step within a reasonable time frame. That's what I think.
All right then. Well, thank you very much. Now let's take a few. I think I'll take some headlines from Nigerian Tribune. Tinubu appoints Enitor as head of civil service. That's one of the window headlines. And we've spoken about the military protest. Plateau killings. Military relocates tactical operations to Mango. Arrest suspected mastermind. And you will find that one in some of the dailies as well. Yes, some of the dailies as well. And some other headlines here. Marketers blame multiple operational costs for high cooking gas retail prices. Yes. So those are some headlines. Ondo man arrested for burning daughter over bedwetting. Excuse me. Oh, your townsman.
Yes, I want to.
Why we must relocate it within me? I mean, because I'm in Lagos.
But you are from Ondo State. If you go to Sokoto, you still claim Ondo State.
So this is extreme. Really.
I mean, that's savagery now. How will you? Bedwetting.
Honestly, I think it needs his brain to be examined. Because how do you place your child? I can't even wrap it around my head to say you want to burn your child. How do you set fire?
He needs his head examined because he might not be normal.
You know the funny thing. I think I heard about this story in the past that when your child bedwets, you put up a fire and then let that child sit and remove that child immediately. That would, and it doesn't really make any sense. Maybe that was what that man did.
He used a hot iron actually. Hot iron.
No, I think the man is
he's insane.
I don't know the medical.
I don't want this.
No, please don't. I don't know the medical.
For the benefit, I mean, I know this is gory. This is gory, and I know some of us can't take it. But for the benefit of our viewers, they might need this information. It's a horrible information. The report here says that the man identified as Mr. Paul he's been handed over to the Ondo State Police Command for allegedly assaulting his 10-year-old daughter for bedwetting. And what did he do? He pressed a hot iron on the minor's private part.
Now, okay, it's good that you put out this. We also see women, who use a hot iron.
Yes.
And some
even use
to injure their wards,
to lacerate the body of the
gun. Now, let me say bedwetting. I don't know the medicals of it, but I kind of dealt with it at some point, not personally. Now, I discovered that my wife taught me there are two ways, to stop bedwetting. And like I said, I'm not putting out medical science, but something that we just use to manage. Now, you monitor your children, let them be low on water intake before bedtime. And ensure that they go to urinate before they go to sleep. And at intervals, probably between 12 and 1, you wake them up to go. And that was how we were able to deal with it. It worked for us. It worked for me, my family. And so, but like I said, I'm not putting any medical science to it. But a lot of people also observe it. So it depends on how intention the parents are. All of these, some people put beads around the waist of children and all of that. Those things don't work. If a child is high on water consumption close to bed, it's a natural thing, that the child will bedwet. And so it's quite unfortunate that this thing happened. A lot of people should learn a lesson from this because the man has gone in for it. Sorry, before we leave, Moses, there is something I heard yesterday that the Federal Executive Council approved a bill to decriminalize suicide.
Oh, yes.
So what it means now is that federal government is asking Nigerians, please, if you want to kill yourself, just go ahead.
No.
To decriminalize it.
No. Before.
Then they used to say,
if you want to commit suicide.
Before now, if you attempt suicide and you fail,
they will take some
government will take it up from there.
And begin to be examined.
No, if you fail,
government will arrest you now.
Yes, because it's criminal.
You can't dress it up. What Okoro said is just the way it is.
No.
You have
No, Moses is trying to.
You can go.
You can go ahead
No,
and
if you
before now,
attempt and you
before
don't
if you are
succeed,
flying
we
through
will take you
Terminal
in,
Bridge.
we'll examine you, we'll look at, why
There's
you
nothing
did.
like look at.
No, that's not the language.
You're supposed to be prosecuted.
Yes.
But you don't have any right to take your own life. But if you succeed,
We'll clap for you because you are no longer liable.
Before now, before this announcement, if you are going through Terminal Bridge and you see somebody standing just close to this thing, the thing rings in your head.
What is it?
What is this man
attempts.
up to? Some people can stop and begin to see how they can
Rescue.
help and all that. But if you now say it doesn't really matter and all that, but government will now examine you, know why you want to do this and all that and all
And
that.
maybe provide help.
And provide help.
Maybe.
That is assuming you have not committed it. You understand? I think it's a recipe for crisis.
It's a principle. No, federal
It's a
government is
recipe for
saying
crisis.
one of the ways we can solve the economic down,
You will see
the
that
hardship
people
and all
will
of
take
that.
advantage
If
of
for more
this-
people to
this
die, but
legislation
just go and kill yourself.
and begin
Don't
to
go and-
do whatever thing they like.
I mean, I shivered when I saw that
I think
piece
it's
of
not
news.
it's not right. Government should re-examine that piece of legislation.
I
see
don't
what
want to
they can
believe that was what happened. Maybe the reporter didn't report well.
State House reporter.
Thank you very much, Mazi Amobi Ihegberu, Dele Fanimo, and Chikuma Okoro. Thank you very much for your contribution. We're absolutely out of time. But Chikuma makes a comeback later tonight. Political lens.
Yes, 6 p.m. And I'll be joined by Comrade Tony Imbata, who will travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting, trending political stories, political updates and all of that. Please do join us. It promises to be quite interesting.
There you have it. That's it on the show. Sports comes up next. I am Moses Humphrey. Have yourselves a beautiful day. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP This Morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why KGK loves sports.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not anything at all, with the sport.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run from motor. Even leg self, they get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
Ìṣèjọba tó dára, òun là ń béèrè.
Anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya, anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
Ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
Wetin we want na make the rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
as the Premier League is getting set for a return this Friday. We saw the Champions League qualifiers eating up as well, and there was a big game in Turkey last night where Fenerbahce of Turkey took on France's Olympique Lyonnais, and we saw beautiful goals, especially that equalizer from former Manchester United winger Mason Greenwood. Beautiful goal, taking on his defenders, cutting on in his usual style, and placing it in the top corner. Beautiful one for Fenerbahce. Well, no one has the advantage yet because there are no away goals, but the second leg will be played in France, and let's see how if Olympique Lyon or Fenerbahce will qualify from that one. Also, in the glass house of Nigerian football, what is going on with the NFF, the Super Falcons? Justin Madugu has been fired. Who is going to replace him? This and many more we will be dissecting on the show this morning. And the major glass house of international football, talking about FIFA as well. Turmoil here and there, crisis here and there. Gianni Infantino is not resting from any form of criticism and is been under fire at this point in time. Kevin Lamore, the COO, was fired after just weeks after blasting, the current president Gianni Infantino, and a lot of people thought some positivity was going to come out of that one, but instead, the criticism has been laid more and more on the incumbent president Gianni Infantino. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic Show on Voice of the People Television at this beautiful Wednesday morning. I am Afizo Gubanjo. The next 15 minutes thereabouts, I'll be taking you throughout the GCS stories of the world of sports, including the Super Falcons. What's going on track and field, in tennis, Arena Sabalenka asserting her usual dominance as usual. But then, just before I go into all of these stories, let's go on a short break. We'll be right back to give you all the stories right here on the show Sports Republic. Don't go nowhere.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but
welcome back. It's the Sports Republic Show on the Voice of the People Television. I will be starting from the world of athletics at this beautiful morning, where our very own Osula Ajayi, Nigeria's golden boy when it comes to athletics right now, short distance race, the 100 meters. We saw what he did at the Diamond League just before the Commonwealth Games. And even the Commonwealth Games, he took it by storm. And Nigerian sprinter Osula Ajayi is set to race in the men's 100 meters at the Kamila Skolimowska's Memorial in Silesia, Poland on Sunday. And the meet is the second Diamond League event in 3 days after Lausanne, and serves as the penultimate stop in the road to the final series. And it will line up against a loaded field that includes world champion Oblique Seville, Olympic champion Andre de Grassi, Americans Christian Coleman and Kenneth Bednarek, and of course Jamaica's Akim Blake, South Africa's Akani Simbine, and Commonwealth champion Emmanuel Eseme of Cameroon, who recently beat him in Glasgow at the Commonwealth Games. And the 21-year-old is enjoying a breakout year. In May, he broke Olusoji Fashuba's 20-year Nigerian 100-meter record by running 9.84 seconds at the NCAA Division 1 East first round, and he has since matched that time twice. And Ajayi also won the NCAA Outdoor 100-meter title, picked up 2 Diamond League wins this season, and took bronze in the 100 meters at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. And on Thursday, he announced that he will leave Auburn University a year early to turn professional, and he signed with the shoe brand after previously having a name, image, and likeness deal with the brand in April 2025. And with the Wanda Diamond League final in Brussels scheduled for September 4th to 5th, Celestia offers one of the last chances to earn points, and Ajayi will be looking to end his first season as a professional on a high and build on the momentum that has put him among the top young sprinters in the world. I mean, this is absolutely beautiful from Konsola Ajayi. He's saying that he wants to leave Auburn University early, to turn professional. And so he has signed with the brand. He has his image rights ready with the brand. He's ready to go, a major brand at that, and he's ready to go. He's setting his sights on the Olympics. He's setting his sights on the Diamond League. This is the man that Nigeria, we need to keep him. He is a man that is really doing well for himself. But I don't want to say I have a fear because of this race that's happening in Celestia, because there is a star-studded lineup. Noah is not even there, but the likes of Kenneth Bednarek, Emmanuel Eseme, that just beats him, to have a whole lot of confidence at the Commonwealth Games right there. The likes of Akani Simbine, who is a legend himself, the likes of Oblique Seville, Andre De Grassi. He has a lot. But so if he can maintain something a little bit, lower than that 9.84 seconds that he ran just at the Diamond League in Oregon before he came in, or in Eugene before he came for the Commonwealth Games, if he can match that, I think he's ready to go. But if he can get at least a podium finish in this one in Celestia, I think the young man right there is ready to go. And Nigeria, trust me, we will be backing you, Konsola Ajayi. Good one for him and good one for Nigerian sports as well. Moving on to someone who is also tearing opponents apart in our own sports. Let's go to tennis and let's talk about Aryna Sabalenka, who is the world #1, and she's doing well for herself right there in Cincinnati at the Open. That's the woman right there on your screen. And she cruised into the Cincinnati Open 4th round with a 6-1, 6-3 win over China's Wang Xinyu that lasted just 54 minutes. And she didn't face a single break point. She dropped only 6 points on serve and hit 17 winners against 5 unforced errors. And the Belarusian called it an insane result and said that trusting her shots without overthinking was the key after tougher results at Wimbledon and in Canada last week. At Wimbledon, she lost her to Naomi Osaka, and Sabalenka is now chasing a 3rd straight US Open title, where the tournament starts on 30th August, something no woman has done since Serena Williams, the legend herself, in 2014. And she faces a Czech Sarah Beljek next, and her top ranking is also under pressure from Australian Open champion Elina Rybakina, as Sabalenka held 354-point lead coming into Cincinnati, and Rybakina needs to reach the final to have a shot at overtaking her. And if Sabalenka makes the quarterfinals, Rybakina would have to win the whole event to become world #1. And on the men's side, 4th seed Daniil Medvedev suffered a frustrating exit to American Brandon Nakashima, and Medvedev came back from 5-2 down to take the first set in a tiebreak and held 3 match points at 5-4 in the second. But Nakashima saved them all, won that set on the tiebreak too, and then dominated the third 6-1. And the Russian reacted angrily, throwing his racket at the backboards and breaking them, and also kicking the screen and knocking over microphones during the match where he made 51 unforced errors. And Nakashima said he just focused on fighting for every point down, match points, and was pleased with his level in the decider. I mean, sometimes you just have to accept that in sports, you win some and you lose some. You don't always win all the time. I can understand the frustration on Daniil Medvedev, but it doesn't have to go to the point of you breaking your racket and all of that. Yes, you can replace them, and you just have to accept that you can't win everything. You just have to bounce back, take it as a lesson learned, and move on. The US Open is right there. You can correct all your mistakes, correct all your errors, and be back stronger for the US Open. That's a Grand Slam. This one is just, yes, it's part of the ATP Tour, but you shouldn't, allow all your emotions to get into your head. You just have to calm down and get back from that one, get back stronger, aim to win it all at the US Open. But for Sabalenka herself, I think she's doing really, really well. From the setback in Canada, from the setback at Wimbledon against Naomi Osaka. I mean, she's saying that at some point she even wanted to quit the whole sport entirely. But I think she's back now, and she's also looking at a potential or something ridiculous combination with Novak Djokovic at the US Open mixed doubles. If that is happening, trust me, the US Open is not ready because it's going to be a domination. Sabalenka and Djokovic on the same team, I think, is going to be very, very, very huge. And let's talk about a legend, because Sabalenka is looking to be a legend of sports tennis someday. But let's talk about a legend that is already made in Nigerian football. Former captain Austin JJ Okocha. He has been talking recently. He was on a podcast with another legend, Mikel Obi, and they've been talking Nigerian football. And this man, JJ Okocha, former Super Eagles captain, he said Nigeria's inability to settle in one home stadium has hurt the national team's form over the years. And speaking on the podcast, he pointed to the 2006 World Cup qualifier against Angola in Kano as an example. And with Nigeria needing a win to qualify, he questioned why the match was moved from Lagos to Kano, saying players coming in from clubs abroad struggled with the heat and atmosphere and ended up feeling like visitors. And the game finished 1-1 and Nigeria missed out on the tournament altogether. I can understand where he's coming from. And I won't be doing this show alone this morning. I have a guest that will be joining me virtually on the show this morning. Pelumi Adeosun, good morning and welcome to the show. Austin Okocha has been speaking, and he said a lot on the podcast. We are going to dissect some of the things he said. Let's focus on this one. I was at the National Stadium recently, and that place to me looks like a World Cup ready stadium, but it's in its dilapidated state. I think you can't compare Lagos, the fans of football in Lagos, the fans of football in Ibadan, to the fans of football in Kano. Yes, they are also passionate, but the players coming in from different spheres of the world, they're coming to play in Kano, the heat, these little things should have been pointed out and corrected by the NFA then or the NFF now, so that we can have a good home fortress. Even in Uyo, the atmosphere is not just the same. And sometimes it makes the players look like they are playing away. And that is what the legend himself, Austin JJ Okocha, is pointing out. Do you think he has some sense in what he said? Good morning, Palumi.
Yeah, good morning, Afis. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you loud.
It's a pleasure to join you on the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to join you on the show this particular morning. And just like you said, I think I would also want to agree with Austin JJ Okocha. What he said is very, very spot on. There are some things that needs to be put into consideration when you want to talk about organizing a match or staging a venue for a game. Aside the atmosphere, you have to also look at the comfortability of the players, who I would call the major actors in this particular one. They're the ones that are coming to play. You need to look at how convenient, how comfortable that particular place is going to be for them. But unfortunately for Nigeria, the NFF or those in charge of organizing this particular ones, they put first their own interest, maybe for political or for personal reasons. And that is why we saw that game in 2006 moved to Kano. And we saw a couple of players that could not cope with that particular one. And he eventually cost Nigeria a World Cup place. And just like Okocha said, that was the only time that he was in the Super Eagles and they failed to qualify for the World Cup as well. And yes, I think we need to imbibe that culture. We need to actually bring it back to how we used to be before. The days of seeing the Super Eagles play in Lagos, the days of them having a particular home ground where they are known to, what they are known for, where they would be familiar with the environment, they will be familiar with the turf, they will be familiar with the culture of that place. The truth of the matter is, yes, we love football in Nigeria,
right?
But then I think that it varies based on the states, or should I say different areas. Our footballing culture is actually very different in different footballing areas. Just like you said, you made an example of Ibadan, you mentioned Lagos, you mentioned Kano as well. You definitely cannot compare that with the footballing culture that they have in maybe Zamfara or in Calabar or even in Uyo. I'm seeing the Super Eagles of Nigeria play at the Osula Stadium, and then they cannot even feel the Osula Stadium is 30,000 capacity, right? And then you barely even see 10,000 in that particular stadium, which is not too good enough. And the location is also very, very important. The Osula Stadium, that is like, it is miles away even from the airport in Uyo as well. Right. So it even makes it difficult for these players, even for the fans, to also cope with all of these things. So I think something needs to be done, honestly. Yes, we need to bring that back to the place where people actually love football, where they get the support, and where they also get to keep the players on their toes. I know when we used to, like, not even when we used to grow up, there are some conversations that you'll be having with all these OGs in Nigerian football, those who have been following Nigerian football for a long time. And then I'm sure you would have also heard them say stuff like, oh, I'm very sure that the Super Eagles cannot be playing in Lagos and this kind of thing will happen, or they will lose this kind of game, or they would encounter this kind of thing. It's not majorly because of the fear alone, but because they know that they need to deliver, because they know that the support is there for them. These days, the Super Eagles just play in Uyo and they get a draw. They play draw against Zimbabwe, against Lesotho, and then everyone acts like nothing happened. Everyone just move on like that. But in Lagos, you're looking at the crowd alone, and then the first message you get is that, oh, we do not need to mess things up. We definitely need to get these things done, because you see the motivation that these fans are bringing. You see that all of these people, they left their respective job to actually come here for just one reason, to give them their support. So why would we not win? So one of the major ways, or even one of the first steps of winning a game, is the location. So we should not even be at disadvantage by putting ourselves in a location that would not be too good for the fans and for the players as well. Well, you said that the stadium in Surulere is near completion. Hopefully, hopefully they can return to that.
But no. I said I was dismayed. I was shocked at the state of national stadium in Surulere. It was just so bad. Yeah. That stadium had this World Cup standard, this World Cup feel to it, and it seems like nothing has been done. And I don't know why the government are not even being involved in trying to revamp that place. Yes, there's also a stadium just opposite it, but it can't compare to the National Stadium. There's a reason why it was called the National Stadium. Mm-hmm. Everything is going on in there, but it has become a shadow of itself. And if you want to have a place where, trust me, in Lagos here, if you are looking for a football hub, it's Surulere, where the fans can actually pour in from all parts of Lagos. They will come into that place, and you have all the support you need. There's a reason why the English national team play at Wembley. It doesn't change. Just don't change locations anyhow. Let these players feel like they are loved. Let them know that they have the fans backing, and you will see surprising results. I still don't understand it today how Nigeria did not qualify for 2006 World Cup. I'm not undermining the teams that we had in the group. At the time, you expect the Super Eagles with players in their prime, and some maybe overly past their prime just a little. You still expect them to go over the likes of Angola. How would you explain to people that Angola took the World Cup ticket ahead of Super Eagles of Nigeria to 2006, and ever since they've not even tried to qualify? So it's so sad, Kolumi.
Yeah, of course. I completely agree with you. It's so sad. And that brings me to my previous point where I said that we need to leave behind political interest, parochial interest, because trust me, the only reason why Nigeria played in Kano in 2006 was because the NFF president then wanted it to be played on a northern ground. That is the only reason why they had to move it to that place, and they did not even mind the atmosphere. Then they didn't even mind what the weather even looked like at that particular point in time. And then we saw the result. It eventually cost Nigeria in that one. And then when you think that they should have learned from that one, and then they now started talking about Abuja. Yes, Abuja was also the home ground of the Super Eagles for a long time. But then, do they have that footballing culture in Abuja? No. Look at the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja.
It's just there.
You barely see 500, 1,000 people come and watch the Super Eagles. And the funny thing is that, the gates are even thrown open. People are not even paying.
For all. Yes, nobody's coming.
And then you see. Exactly. Yet nobody is coming, and that is because of the location. Maybe they are looking at it from the view of it's the nation's capital and all of that, and they want to project it more to the world. Maybe because of accessibility as well. But then all of those are secondary reasons. The primary reason is how to make your team win.
Yeah, it doesn't even have to be the nation's capital. I mean, I remember the Dutch national team. They play at the De Kuip, which is the Rotterdam, and we know the capital of Netherlands is Amsterdam. So it doesn't have to be the nation's capital. It just has to be a place where you have a fan base, where the players will know that when they are here, they have the fan support.
Yeah, I'm even looking at it in terms of development now, because when you talk about developed cities in Nigeria, and then I don't think you count three before you mention Abuja and that. So
At all.
they would also, they know that it's the game that a lot of people would be seeing, so they want to portray that part to the whole world to see that, okay, this is the part of Nigeria that they want them to see. But like I said, all of those things should be secondary. You spoke about Wembley earlier on, the home ground of the English national team. Aside from even the turf, they've got a team camp in that same place. Everything that happens to them happens in that same place. That is where they come in. That is the same thing that Morocco have done to their football as well. Everything happens in that Mohammed VI place where the team camp is there. There are hotels there. It's not as if the team is lodging in one place, then they're having training in another place, then they are having their match in another place as well. Everything needs to be in one place. So going forward, I think this is one of the things that the NFF needs to prioritize for Nigeria. One of the reasons that makes you win games is the venue. It needs to, that fact needs to be established going forward as far as Nigerian football is concerned.
Absolutely, we have to absolutely agree with the legend himself, Austin JJ Okocha, on that one, saying the venue is actually very, very important. Let's have a rooted home base in Nigeria where they know that anytime we want to play a football match, this is where we are going to play that game. Yes, I'm not saying the golf at Akpabio Stadium, is bad, but then the turnout of fans, it can't be compared to the National Stadium Surulere. It can't be compared to the Teslim Balogun. It can't be compared to the Adamasingba Stadium in Ibadan right there. It can't be compared. You see people turn out to come and support, especially if the gates are now thrown open. You will see a massive turnout of fans, and the players will feel that support system behind them. On the lighter note, Pelumi, let's talk about what Okocha said on that podcast. Speaking of his move to Bolton when he was coming to England, he said he didn't do his research well. Should this be, as funny as it sounds, Pelumi, should this also be like, let me say, moving forward, it should be like a lesson learned for footballers that you should do your research well before you play. Everything is not just about popularity and money.
Honestly, yes, it's a very laughable one, just like you said. It sounds very, very funny that scenario actually happened. But I would still fall to Kocha himself. I think that was a very, very costly mistake that he made. He should have also done something to maybe make a research, at least know which club you are going to. Don't leave everything in the hands of the agent. That is what I would say. Don't leave everything in the hands of the agents. Don't leave everything in the hands of the managers, because most times, even some of these people, or most of these people, even look out for their own interests first. Because the agent probably saw that, the Bolton deal is one that will be very, very lucrative for him, and you have to do everything possible to make Okocha take that deal. So you have to see everything. And United was one of the famous clubs then. So he said that, it's just a few miles away from the Old Trafford, and then Okocha also thought it was going to be a wood for him. Yes, I think it's a lesson learned for some other players, and I think we're a lot more wiser now. Everyone should be a lot more wiser. Every footballer should be a lot more wiser now. And the technology is now very, very vast. A lot of people now know things about clubs, about locations, about areas. So I don't think anyone in this day and time should be making such a mistake that Austin JJ Okocha made then. You are seeing players now even want to come to England. They want to come to the English Premier League without even they just know that when they come to English Premier League, they know it's a popular league. They know that the best clubs are there. They know they're going to earn money as well. So they just want to come there. Unlike how it used to be back then, where we see clubs who are not even very financially buoyant then. But I think it's a lot. It has improved a whole lot more now. You're looking at Ipswich now. They are the second team that has spent the highest in the English Premier League so far this season at Chelsea. So I think there's a whole lot more going around, a lot of money still going on amongst these particular teams. So like I said, it is way different than from what we have now. So I don't think any player should be making such a mistake now of maybe one agent had to lure me into this particular deal. He was deceived into knowing that one. But just like you said, it was a very, very funny situation for Austin JJ Okocha. And I could remember even saying it. Was it not yesterday when we were saying that joke, when you mentioned Victor Osimhen playing in Turkey at his prime? And I even said, even JJ Okocha at his prime. Turkey. And I've not even seen that interview there. So apparently he was deceived into making that move to Bolton Wanderers.
Absolutely. And using his analysis, should Victor Osimhen, the man you just mentioned now, should he also consider leaving the Turkish league, into the top 5 leagues in Europe, considering the fact that he is in his prime and time is not on his side?
Are you talking about Victor Osimhen?
Yes, I'm talking about Victor Osimhen. I mean, you look at the Turkish league. I mean, look at the players that have played there over the years. Didier Drogba's of this world, Leroy Sané, Ilkay Gundogan. They played after their sojourn in the European top flight leagues. Now, Victor Osimhen is 27, 28, right? Time is not on his side. Should he consider leaving Turkey to go to the top 5 leagues in Europe once again to try maybe the Premier League this time around, because time is not on his side?
Well, I don't think so, honestly. I think every player have got their priorities. Some prioritize money, some prioritize the fame, some prioritize happiness.
Well, we know why he's in Galatasaray. We know why he's in Galatasaray now. We know why.
Yeah, exactly. But we should, yes, like you said, we should not forget the scenario that brought him to Galatasaray. We understand what happened with Napoli, and then it looked like Galatasaray came through when no other club was willing to actually want to meet his demands and bring him on board. But Galatasaray actually did that, and we see that he's very, very much loved. Yes, he's playing his football, he's enjoying his football, he's earning the money, and like I said, he's also well loved. So why take the risk again? Why take the risk to any of the big leagues where it may not even work out for you as he thought it was going to be? So for me, I don't think that should be his priority. Now, if the deal comes, fine. Yes, if the perfect deal comes from the perfect club, it's the best thing itself, because in the next couple of years now, we'll be talking about Victor Osimhen, and then the next generation they'll just rubbish him that, or which club did he play for? Playing for Galatasaray, playing for Wolfsburg and all of that. So they will try and rubbish him. But the best thing is, if the big club comes with the right offer, then come. But I would not advise him to just force a deal. If he's happy at Galatasaray, then he should keep enjoying his football in Turkey.
Absolutely. All right, Pelumi, let's talk about the NFF and the Super Falcons this time around. Justin Madugu has been sacked. I mean, that is no longer news. But then the Super Falcons, the Olympic qualifiers is on the horizon. Who are they looking to replace him? The likes of Anche Gina as well, Awala, Makwala have also followed Justin Madugu out of the door. But who are they looking to replace him? Or are they looking to give the job to Eric Shell to handle the other 23 team altogether? Because he's already handling the dream team with the Super Eagles as well. Would they consider giving him the job to also handle the Super Falcons for the Olympic qualifiers? Because he's on the horizon and a lot is going on around the NFF and the NSC. The elections, we don't know if it's going to still be happening. Apparently, it's looking like it might not happen in September, in Lafia, Nasarawa State. Ibrahim Gusso is not sure if he's going to have a second-term ambition ready for himself. What is going on around the NSC and the NFF? Olopade is coming out to say we are going to get a coach maybe by October. But who, in your opinion, are they looking to bring in to try and stabilize the Super Falcons team? Because right now they are at an all-time low.
Yeah, well, yes, just like you said, the NFF camp is very unsettled now. I don't want to use a bit unsettled. It's very much unsettled because of the development in the last couple of days. And then I don't think they even look ready to appoint someone for the Super Falcons now, which unfortunately might bring us back to the same problem that we used to face then, might bring us back to the same problem that led to them not qualifying for the World Cup for the very first time since 1991. Because if a manager will come on board now, it's going to be a new manager. Someone who has probably not been at the end of affairs of the Super Falcons before, or even Nigerian football. And it will definitely have lesser time to prepare. The only saving grace is that the Olympic qualifiers that they've got, they're going to be playing against Comoros, which with all due respect to them, I think they're relatively easy opponents for the Super Falcons of Nigeria. They should be able to navigate.
I know you were going to say that. They did not beat Malawi at a major tournament.
Comoros,
so right now, you can't say at this point in time. I know it sounds, on a lighter note, it sounds funny, right? But then you can't say, because they are at an all-time low. If the things that are needed behind the scene, off the pitch, are not being given to these ladies, they might still treat the game like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe we actually underrated Malawi too as well. They are not so bad as we actually thought. For a team to get it in the final, they're also a very decent team. But then I don't think we need the best of the best coach to be able to navigate our way against Comoros. But then that should not even be like that should not even be what we should be looking out for. We should be looking out for the future of this particular team. How to actually get them to where they used to be, and even beyond that. But honestly, the problem of the Super Falcons, I think it has gone beyond the technical team or maybe Justin Madugu. I think we need fresh legs in that team. We need to do like a reshuffling of some of these players. Do not deserve to be in the national team again, and we saw that right from the just concluded WAFCON tournament. So any coach that is coming on board, although I'm thinking that the NFF might want to go the way of someone like Randy Wardrum. I'm not saying Randy Wardrum himself, but I'm saying someone like. I'm not saying Randy Wardrum in particular now.
Yes.
I mean like a foreign coach. I mean like a foreign coach now. Because that is what the NFF does most times. When they see that there's a local coach and then a local coach he doesn't perform very well, then they get to bring in someone there. It looks like the NFF are always bringing in local coaches to actually, because they know things will definitely go south one day. And when the things go south, they will be like, oh, we have satisfied the people with local coach now, and then let's bring foreign coach, where they know that they are going to get one or two from all of those ones. So I think they might just be going the way of bringing someone of the caliber of Randy Wardrum once again. But then, just like I said, it goes way beyond bringing in only a coach. Something needs to be done. I don't know why our player discovery for the Super Falcons is extremely poor. Very, very poor. We went into the WAFCON tournament without a recognized left back. No single left back.
At all. There was no single, I was going to say that there was no single left back there.
Exactly. It shows that our players' discovery, our scouting network is extremely poor. And then that makes me even talk about the NWFL as well. What are they doing in the NWFL? If we cannot get just one left back, and we're organizing leagues season in, season out, or maybe it is the technical crew or the NFL that is not giving them the chance. We saw just one NWFL player invited to the Super Falcons squad, and she was a goalkeeper. In fact, she was the third choice goalkeeper. She didn't even get to play at all. We need to do better, honestly. The same way we are treating the Super Falcons. Look at the Super Falcons now. We are having options. We are having like 4-5 right back. We are having like 7-8 center back options. We need to do the same with the Super Falcons of Nigeria as well going forward.
Absolutely, we need to do really, really better for ourselves. And the Super Falcons, like I said earlier, they're at an all-time low, and they'll be looking to revamp themselves. Yes, I may have sounded somehow funny when I said they should still be careful against Comoros. I still expect them to defeat Comoros, even if there is no coach on the sideline. But, I mean, we can't say that because of their performance at the WAFCON. But hopefully, someone is actually going to step in and take the Super Falcons, even if it's a foreign coach. If it's a foreign coach, someone that will just step in and take the Super Falcons back to where they belong. Because, trust me, even though they've won the WAFCON 10 times, they still feel like they want to keep dominating. And but Palumi, I had Abiodun Akuno here on the show yesterday. We spoke and we talked about the NFF themselves firing Justin Madugu. I want to hear from your own point of view. Firing Justin Madugu, does it look like they're just trying to paper over the cracks that's caused by themselves? Because, trust me, we knew what happened just before the WAFCON. And allowing this man, Justin Madugu, and his coaching staff to take the fall, is that the right way to go?
Honestly, that is not. I don't think that is the right way to go. Yes, Justin Madugu, maybe he has not got it again. He has to take the fall for it, unfortunately. We highlighted a couple of problems that went wrong with the Super Falcons of Nigeria. Yes, poor coaching, poor technical input was one of them, but it was just one. And I don't even think it is in the top 3 of Nigerian problems at the WAFCON. I don't think so.
Right.
So it was just like the NFF, they desperately wanted someone to take the fall for it. And then they went for Justin Madugu because it was the easy target. Justin Madugu was the easy target, and his technical crew, and they were the ones who had to take the fall for it. But it's quite surprising to me the way the turn of events have panned out, because just a couple of days ago, or was it 2 days ago? I think it was on Monday, that the NFF set up a committee to look into what went wrong with the Super Falcons of Nigeria.
And you saw the names in that committee.
The committee. Yeah, I saw it. I saw the names in that committee. Mutu Adepoju, Fani Amu, and all of that. I don't think that committee has given their report yet. They just barely started work, and the NFF have already let go of the technical crew. Are we going to say that is it not supposed to be the committee that is supposed to recommend that, oh, okay, these are what we found wrong, and then the technical crew should go? And then I also find it funny because this same committee that you set up, if number one on the agenda of the committee, because a committee that's supposed to provide a resolution,
right.
If the number one resolution in the communique is that the NFF board should go, can they take it? Would they be willing to take that themselves?
That's a
so yeah, I completely find it very funny that the NFF are doing things. It's just like doing things the wrong way, doing it at the wrong time as well. So they are also looking. I believe that they are facing a lot of pressure from the NSC, and then they also need to make it look as if they are doing something, and that is what we saw in the last couple of days. What are you setting up a committee to look at what happened to the Super Falcons for? Did we not know what happened to the Super Falcons? Did every Nigerian not know that the team did not prepare well? They did not get adequate friendly games? Did we not know that a lot of things were wrong with this team tactically as well? So a lot of things actually happened, and we all know that one. So why are you setting up a committee for? What are you setting up a committee for again? Maybe they are expecting the committee to. I see like a kangaroo committee. Maybe they will be the ones to even recommend the foreign coach now.
Maybe.
And the NFF already knows that is the way they are going. That is what they want to do. So you don't even allow the committee to bring out their report. You already let Justin Madugu go. So just like I said, they are facing a lot of pressure from NSC. And then they also want to make it look like they are doing something, because all of this coming from the NSC, coming from a lot of Nigerians, is because we have been pushed to the wall. We have been pushed to the limits, because a lot of Nigerians before, they have not been this vocal about the NFF. Yes, we talk about it almost every time, but look at now, we are seeing everybody putting out articles. Everybody is pleading with the president that stop this NFF election. Let things be done in the right way now. And then maybe that is why the NSC also, we need to do something. And the NFF, knowing that, something is, the AMA is probably coming, and they also want to do something before the AMA comes. And then Justin Madugu, it's high time. Yes, I think he should go as well, because he messed up tactically in terms of player selection, in terms of arrangements as well. But then it may not be the right time, honestly. You are letting him go without a plan of who is going to replace him. So I think it was a decision that was taken too soon by the NFL. But just like I said, they were looking for a scapegoat, and Justin Madugu was the easy target for that one.
Absolutely. I mean, the coach will always take the fall for it. Every glass house with his own issues. That's talking about the NFF, and let's move on to talk about another glass house. This one that even encompasses the NFF, encompasses the CAF as well, and every other governing body across all continents in the world. And it's talking about FIFA. They have ended their working relationship with Chief Operating Officer Kevin Lamore, confirming on Monday that he left the role. He has left the role on 17th of August, 2026. I mean, is this not another boiling water being set up for Gianni Infantino? This man spoke up against the FIFA Forward Enterprise, the FFE that was proposed by Infantino, and weeks later, he is suspended, or in fact, he's been let go of. He's gone. And you know that you are facing a backlash from UEFA. Kevin Lamore is actually from France. He has a dual citizenship with France and Switzerland, right? Switzerland is where Gianni Infantino is from. And they are both under UEFA. They are not even supporting Infantino's bid, for re-election as president. Is this a very, very, very wrong step taken by FIFA and especially Gianni Infantino?
Yeah, well, it looks like everyone, they are not taking it lightly with FIFA. And one thing is certain, we've not seen the end of this. It's going to keep happening for a long, long time, maybe even until March, or maybe put pressure on Infantino to eventually resign. We are seeing what UEFA is doing. Almost every time they are putting out a statement, we are seeing different football federations in UEFA coming out to say that, no, this is wrong. Right. Yes, they are indirectly saying Infantino, he has to go. And then I think this is going to be one of many resignations to come. He's not the first, and I don't think he would even be the last. And I think he labeled that FIFA Forward project, he labeled it as a one-man project. And that is the major thing that is even causing the crisis. Because for me, I really do not think it's about the funds. Even I don't even want to completely agree that these federations that are against Infantino, I don't even want to think that they are against him because of the finances or because they think it's bad for football. I think they are just against it because they were not properly carried along. And it has been quite obvious. It looks like Infantino is the only one on this particular project. And that is why this person resigned as well. He said it is a one-man project. And then you remember, was it last month? Yes, it was last month where a FIFA advisor also resigned as well.
Right.
So things are not even going well at FIFA. Although Infantino is still trying to fight with he's still trying to fight it by trying to bring on board some other confederations. For example, CAF. I think CAF have said they are backing him and all of that, but UEFA are not taking it lightly, and they're definitely going to see this fight to the finish. So for me, I think it's about for them. With you.
Go ahead, Pelumi. Because I was going to ask because the UEFA, North America, even CONMEBOL, they came out to complain that the issue that they're having with Gianni Infantino is this consultation with them to take that decision. But sometimes last month, Amaju Pinnick also came out to say Gianni Infantino is actually very, very good with consultation, thereby showing the support. CAF as well, they are showing their support. Actually, the election will be happening in Rabat in Morocco. So CAF is showing their support behind Infantino. UEFA are saying no, that it's not very good with consultation. Just like you said, it's a one-man thing. It looked like a one-man decision. But Amaju Pinnick is saying that he involved everyone before he made this FIFA Forward enterprise, saying how much they stand to gain. Is it a clash of miscommunication now? Because someone is saying consultation is being prepared, it's being done by Infantino. In fact, he has done it all with everybody before he made that step. UEFA, which is a very, very big governing body of football, are saying no, that it looks like he just made the decision himself. So is there a clash of miscommunication in there?
Well, if you look at it from the angle of Amaju Pinnick, the only consultation is trying to say that they made, and I think the only consultation that they care about is the financial aspect of it.
Right.
I think that is the only thing that CAF cares about. You will listen to Infantino then, to Amaju Pinnick then, and he says that this particular money would help a whole lot of federations, especially in Africa. So it's about the money that CAF, that is what they are looking at. You would not say that this was properly communicated within the CAF hierarchy, and then UEFA would not be part of it. The president of UEFA, Seferin,
right,
I think he's one of the vice presidents of FIFA as well. So you're telling me that the vice president is not carried along, and
you knew
Amaju Pinnick is just you are just a FIFA executive member, and then you are saying that. How many people like Amaju Pinnick have you seen? How many of them have you seen come out to say that, oh, yes, we were carried along, we know what is happening? I think Amaju Pinnick is just trying to play the usual Nigerian politician game, to just play along. They feel like, oh, we know it. They are trying to cover the tracks of each other. We know about it because they know that the financial game, because they know of the financial game that is involved. An African federation will hear $20 million, a whole lot of money. That is even like the upfront, if they get to accept that particular deal, and then later they'll get another 20 million. That is $40 million. Look at that, is about 400% increase from what they used to get then. Yeah. Amaju Pinnick was saying that before Infantino came on board, they used to earn in thousands. Now they're earning in millions. So it's about the money for CAF, and that is why they will go to any length to defend whatever Infantino has said. I don't think they are stupid at UEFA to not know that they were not properly communicated or they were not properly carried along in this particular initiative. So for Amaju Pinnick, I don't think it's a case of miscommunication. He knows what is happening. He knows where things went wrong. But it's
all right, Pelumi. I know he's trying to pass a message. Is it with me, Pelumi? Okay. Just before we go on the show this morning, let's talk about Cristiano Ronaldo. He came out to make a huge statement, and he's suggesting that this could be the end of his playing career. Pelumi is back. Pelumi, can you hear me? I want us to talk about Cristiano Ronaldo before we go on the show this morning. He came out to say that this might be his last season in football. Right. This may be his last year. He says he wants to go into business. He's looking at spending more time with his family. He just got married recently to Georgina Rodriguez. Yes, a lot of tantrums, a lot of support as well as going on social media. But my own angle, and I want us to discuss this before the end of the show, is what will be his impact? Because we saw the impact he made when he was signed by Al Nassr in 2023. We saw players tripping into the Saudi Pro League. This Saudi Pro League has become sort of marketable, even though we know the money influx, in that league in Saudi Arabia. But now that Cristiano Ronaldo is leaving, it was the genesis of players coming in. Him leaving, wouldn't that be the start of an exodus of players leaving the Saudi Pro League as well? Because we know the impact that Cristiano Ronaldo actually made in this league. And if he leaves now, saying this is his last year, don't you think players will find the Saudi League unattractive and they'll start leaving?
Yeah, well, when he has not even left already, and we're already seeing players not really go there again. I think the buzz with the Saudi League, it has dropped a whole lot. It has reduced very much. Before, in the transfer window at this particular point in time, you would have seen the Al Hilal, you have seen the Al Nassr, you have seen the Al Ahly, you'd have seen them splash 60, 70 million on players, but they've not really been able to do that in this window. The only player that I remember well is maybe Tijani Reinders, who joined from Manchester City. They've not been really be able to splash that cash like they used to before, and that is still when Cristiano Ronaldo has not left. So I definitely expect it to take a toll on the league, but maybe Turkey will be the next Saudi now, because that is where we are seeing players go to. You see Mohamed Salah, Nathan Ake, Mason Greenwood, Romelu Lukaku. So it looks like Turkey may just replace the Saudi Pro League when Cristiano Ronaldo eventually leaves.
Absolutely. And this one as well, what is going on with Jamal Musiala? This young man has collapsed for the second time in 4 days. In 4 days, what is going on with Jamal Musiala and Bayern Munich as well, as we wrap up with the show this morning? Because my own issue is with Bayern Munich, because why did they rush him in after the first incident? They rushed him in into the second game. He played and then he collapsed again. He has actually come out to release a statement saying he is very much okay and he will be fine. But he is suffering from a very treatable disorder, a seizure that has to do with the neurons. But going into the season, this man, he has had his bouts with ACL injury. There were talks of him even moving to Turkey. Could it start become to look like the beginning of the end of Jamal Musiala's career?
For Musiala, it's a very, very sad one. I think he needs to be very careful. He needs to be very, very careful with the way things are handled, because getting to collapse twice in the last 4 days, it is something that should be taken very serious. Yes, he has come out to say that it's a neurological dysfunction. It is something that is treatable, but then he needs to watch it. And just like he said, the way he has found himself, the situation has found himself, it has been a very, very topsy-turvy couple of years for him. Yes, he had that ACL injury, and then he's coming back again, where he's expected to be fresh for the team, and then all of this is happening. But I believe he knows his body the most, better than every one of us. He just needs to be wise. Let him not even play the game Christel Eriksen is playing. Let him just, if he knows that he may not be fit enough, or this might be affecting him the next couple of years, he just needs to quit. He will not be the first. We saw when Greaves also retired at a very, very early age as well. Yes, it will be unfortunate for him, but if he finds out that maybe his body may not be willing to go again, the best thing is just to call it quits, to be very honest.
Absolutely. And we saw a similar case with Cagliari's forward Yao Trepi, who was involved with Cagliari in the preseason, and he was found unconscious in the swimming pool. I don't know what these players are being fed. That maybe the terrain of football is actually changing. But then I want to wish Jamal Musiala all the best and a speedy recovery. Thank you so much, Pelumi, for joining me on the show this morning as we treated every GC story from the world of sports.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been my pleasure.
All right, and I want to say a very big thank you to the viewers out there for keeping it locked with us on the show Sports Republic this morning. Thank you so much to the guys behind the scene for making this show a successful one as well. Up next is the midday news. It's been the Sports Republic. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and I'm saying have a wonderful rest of the day. Have a sporty day ahead, and bye for now.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful, and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
Every day strike, ASU strike, market women strike, even Kole people they strike. We don't become country of strikers.
Even light self, they no fit give us. Don't run for motor. Even leg self, we get accident.
Why una dey complain? Why una dey complain? No una dey collect bribe, dey vote Sokoloko Bango ṣe.
ìṣèjọba tó dára òun là ń béèrè.
anyị chọrọ ọchịchị onye kwuru uche ya anyị achọrọzi ọchịchị nchigbu.
ala ndeze temeka muna so mekio.
wetin we want na make dem rule us well.
Don't take it for noise. It's the people's voice. They have made their choice. Respect that voice for all to rejoice. VOP 90.3, Voice of the People.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Hand over the keys to another driver. Call a friend or family member. Use a taxi or a ride-hailing service. Wait until you're completely sober before getting behind the wheel. A few minutes of inconvenience is far better than a lifetime of regret. Friends, don't stand by in silence. If someone who has been drinking insists on driving, speak up. Offer an alternative. Taking away their keys could save a life. Driving is a responsibility, not a right. Every time you take the wheel, you're responsible for the safety of everyone on the road. Today, make the choice that protects lives. Celebrate responsibly. Think before you drive. If you drink, don't drive. If you drive, don't drink. Because every life matters and every safe journey begins with the right decision. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Big news is here. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 GHz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 GHz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the
Hello and welcome to the midday news on Voice of the People television. I am Praise Peters. First, the headlines. Atiku says he will restore subsidy if elected. Troops rescue 39 kidnapped victims, arrest terrorists. Ndume urges military to rescue abductees. Nelfon praises FGS student loan financing. Lagos Council chairman called for preservation of Yoruba heritage. AI's impact on media. In business, FAN says e-hailing services not banned at airports. In sports, Mourinho praises Yamal, rules out move for winger. And in the world of entertainment, Black Bones plans legal suit against Odumodu Block. Now the news in detail. The African Democratic Congress ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has vowed to restore fuel subsidies if elected president in the 2027 general elections. Atiku stated this during a Hausa-speaking interview, saying anyone who had stolen funds meant for fuel subsidy would be made to return the money if he assumes office. The former vice president said despite the removal of fuel subsidy, the President Bola Tinubu's administration had failed to improve the lives of Nigerians. Atiku acknowledged that he had initially suspected and supported the removal, but said developments since then had changed his position. President Tinubu had announced the end of petrol subsidy during his inauguration on May 29, 2023, describing the scheme as unsustainable. But on Wednesday, the federal government said the removal of the petrol subsidy and the liberalization of the naira have generated 15.8 trillion naira in savings for the federation between June 2023 and December 2025. We continue the news this afternoon by telling you that Nigerian troops have rescued 39 kidnapped victims, neutralized a terrorist, and arrested several suspected terrorist collaborators and criminals in coordinated operations worldwide. The military operational update said the successes were recorded across the theaters of operation between August 17 and August 19. The update revealed that the troops of Operation Fansan Yama rescued 14 kidnapped victims after intercepting terrorists moving through Madasi Forest in Subuwa local government area of Katsina State. The update added that the victims, comprising 6 males and 8 females, were abducted after different locations in the state. Elsewhere, Borno South Senator Mohammed Ndume wants the Nigerian military to intensify efforts to rescue school children and travelers abducted in southern Borno. Ndume made the call during a visit to the theater command in Maiduguri. The lawmaker, who said some of the victims had spent more than 100 days in captivity, appealed to the military to step up efforts to secure their release. In his response, the theater commander, Major General Abubakar Abdul Salam, assured Ndume that the concerns had been noted and that rescue operations would continue. Still on security matter, the Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved a committee to develop a 5-year strategic defense cooperation plan for Nigeria. The committee will include the Office of the National Security Advisor, the Ministers of Defense, the Chief of Defense Staff, all service chiefs, the Directors General of the DSS and NIA, as well as the Special Advisor to the President on Homeland Security, who will provide the Secretariat. The Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, who disclosed this after the FEC meeting, said the committee is expected to submit its report to President Bola Tinubu within 90 days. The plan will assess Nigeria's national security needs and establish a framework for military and defense cooperation.
The essence of this is to look at our overall national threat assessment. We'll also look at the principal framework for the establishment of military and defense cooperation for Nigeria. Now, this is all part of the robust plan that Mr. President has to ensure that the security of lives and property for Nigerians is further guaranteed. This is coming, as you all know, on the heels of some of the successes that our military and security agencies are having over criminal elements, bandits, and terrorists that have been operating in different parts of the country.
The 5-year Strategic Defense Cooperation Plan is expected to provide a coordinated framework for strengthening Nigeria's defense capabilities and security partnerships in the years ahead. The Federal Executive Council, FEC, has approved an amendment to the National Mental Health Act to decriminalize attempted suicide in Nigeria. Coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Pate, announced this after the FEC meeting at the State House in Abuja. Professor Pate said the reform is aimed at reducing suicide deaths and attempts by 15% by the year 2030. Citing data from the World Health Organization, WHO, the minister said suicide remains a major public health concern with more than 7,000 deaths and an estimated 300,000 suicide attempts recorded in Nigeria annually.
Criminalized under the colonial era laws, the Criminal Code Act, Section 327, and the Penal Code, Section 231, which treat individuals experiencing psychological distress as offenders rather than persons in need of care and support. This legal approach discourages help-seeking behaviors and also conflicts with our National Mental Health Act 2021, which provides for supportive care, protection, and treatment for individuals at risk of self-harm, resulting in sort of policy and legal inconsistency within the Nigerian mental health and justice frameworks. And Council looked at this issue, and a task force had been set up following a resolution of also the House of Representatives, which is supportive of this, and together with the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Health and Social Welfare, worked towards an amendment of the Mental Health Act. And that act has now been passed by the Federal Executive Council and will be transmitted to the National Assembly for enactment.
From the FEC meeting, President Bola Tinubu has directed that funds recovered by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and unclaimed dividends from trust funds be channeled to the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund. The Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, who revealed this after the Federal Executive Council FEC meeting, said that only unencumbered EFCC recoveries, not in illegal disputes, will be transferred. Alausa added that the move is to strengthen funding for the federal government's student loan scheme to benefit more students.
And endorsed by FEC. By that, all seized funds by the EFCC should be directed to NEL Fund to fund the education of our children. That I'm using the present exact word. The education of our children cannot wait. It's of utmost importance to him, and he will do anything and everything to protect the future of every single Nigerian child, every single Nigerian student. So the president, in his benevolence, has now directed that all seized funds by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission be diverted to NEL Fund to continue to support the funding of NEL Fund. The president also directed, and this was also approved by FEC, that all unclaimed dividends from the Capital Market Trust Fund and the Dormant Account Trust Fund, those unclaimed dividends should also be directed to NEL Fund, so that NEFON will be financially buoyant to meet its growing obligations.
In the related developments, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NELFund) has commended President Bola Tinubu for directing eligible funds recovered by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission (EFCC) to the fund to support student loan financing. The fund also welcomed the Federal Executive Council's approval for unclaimed dividends from the Capital Markets Trust Fund and Dormant Account Trust Fund to be channeled to NELFund. A statement signed by the fund's Director of Strategic Communications, Oseyemi Oluwatoyi, said the developments came as the student loan scheme continued to expand. She said NELFund has disbursed more than 322 billion naira through over 1.6 million applications as of August 2026. Oluwatoyi said the decision strengthened the federal government's commitments to sustainable education financing. Away from the fake meeting, Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke has received his certificate of return for a second term in office. Adeleke and his deputy collected the certificate at the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) headquarters in Osogbo. The governor commended INEC, the police, and President Bola Tinubu for ensuring a peaceful election. He also promised scholarships and support for families of those killed in the build-up to the poll.
Be diverted to NELFund to continue to support the funding of NELFund.
We never see that place again.
That was also directed,
and
this was also approved by.
I'm promising, the Adeleke family is promising to take their, not government money now. God has blessed us, and we're going to bless all the people that lost their life, their children. We be giving scholarship to Adeleke High School and Adeleke University. I really appreciate you, Mr. President, for making democracy to stay in Nigeria. That's all what we want. And I wish you all the best in that 2027 election. I'm seeing the opportunity that all my other contestants, they should please come over. Let's join hands together and let's move Osun State forward.
Our mandate was simple: to conduct an election that is free, fair, credible, transparent, impartial, inclusive, and conclusive, and to ensure that the lawful choice of the electorate prevails. INEC did not come to us with a preferred candidate, and neither did we come with a preferred political party. We came with the Nigerian Constitution, the Electoral Act, and INEC's regulations and guidelines. And in addition, we came with unwavering commitment to the Nigerian people.
Now to the build-up to next year's election. Campaigns for the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections officially kicked off on Wednesday, August 19, ahead of the January 16, 2027 polls. With parties and aspirants set to take their messages to Nigerians, issues such as the economy, security, unemployment, and the cost of living are expected to dominate. As the race begins, Oyindamola Olukotan samples the opinions of Nigerians about what they expect from those seeking their votes in the report.
For many Nigerians, the commencement of the 2027 election campaign marks the beginning of a critical period in the country's political calendar. While political parties are preparing to sell their candidates and manifesto to the electorate, voters say they want more than campaign promises. From the economy and employment to insecurity, education, healthcare, and infrastructure, Nigerians are looking to the presidential aspirant for clear and realistic solution to the challenges confronting the country.
Like this, as Nigeria dey like this, nobody dey happy. Even me, you know, say me at the drama, I know how much I dey buy for every day. I know they happy. This our president, you know, try at all for me. I don't know another person. for me to vote for her, I no go try am. I would like to vote for person where he fit Nigeria. Like Peter Obi na the man. For me, my spirit, the catcher that he dey okay for us to rule Nigeria.
Beyond political rallies and promises, some voters say they expect candidates to explain how their proposed policies will improve life of ordinary Nigerians. They want campaigns to be issue-based, peaceful and free from ethnic or religion sentiment, with candidates focusing on what they intend to do differently if elected.
The last 1 year, they have not done anything. There is a bad road everywhere. So education was bad. All these schools, there's nothing to show about it. So what are we voting for? I cannot vote. Now God will be the next president for Nigeria. Now God will control Nigeria. I know that God knows, but God will touch one person's mind. Let the people that are there, they should set aside. Then let another young people to be there.
Positions are like your part will never change their color. So we only ask that God will not touch their hearts. They can promise heaven and earth. What they want to do is in their minds. So nobody can change that except God intervene.
As the race officially gets underway, the question for the aspirants is not only who can win the election, but who can convince Nigerians that the leadership will deliver meaningful change. Oyindamola Olukoto, Voice of the People TV.
Thank you very much, Oyindamola Olukoto, for that report. Moving on. Some Lagos Council chairman wants residents to uphold Yoruba heritage as the state marks the 2026 Isheshe Day celebration. The call was made in goodwill messages to traditional institutions, custodians of culture, and Lagos residents. The chairman of Agbado Okeodo Local Council Development Area LCDA, Abiodun Ejigbadero, said Isheshe reminds people that culture is more than a celebration and it is their identity. Also, Usman Hamzat, chairman of Ifakoijaye LCDA, said that the celebration was not only a display of Yoruba culture, values, and history, but also a reminder of a noble heritage. For his part, chairman of Orile Agege LCDA, Akinola Idowu, said the day helps to celebrate rich cultural heritage, traditions, values, language, customs, arts, and identity. Isheshe Day is observed annually on August 20 to celebrate indigenous Yoruba spirituality, values, customs, and identity. Artificial intelligence is having an increasing impact on our lives and businesses, and the media industry is no exception. As the technology advances, AI is helping to streamline processes, reduce costs, and complement human creativity. In journalism, AI can generate text and edit images, allowing journalists to focus more on creative and analytical tasks. In filmmaking, advertising, and gaming, generative AI is also gaining ground, helping creatives develop innovative and personalized content. And with that story, we move to the analysis segment of the Midday News. Joining us today to discuss the future of AI in the media industry and how Cracks is shaping that future is Tobiloba Olawale, Chief Operating Officer of Cracks Media. Cracks Media is a Lagos-based, profit-oriented media organization operating in the marketing communications sector. You are welcome, Tobiloba. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much
Such an
for
interesting
coming.
thing to be here and
Thank
to
you.
contribute to the discourse.
Amazing. Now let's get to the crux of this. You are here to discuss AI. Before we go into Cracks Media, how do you think AI is changing the media industry today? Why are you so interested in this particular topic of conversation?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. I think the first thing we need to set clear is that AI is not changing the media industry. What it is doing, as a matter of fact, is that it's changing how we work, from spinning up processes, helping us to make and create content better and make faster decisions in terms of what serves the audience better.
So what are some of the biggest opportunities AI represents, or what is AI literally doing for the media industry? Because like you said, it's not necessarily changing it, it's transforming it. So how do you think it is doing this?
So I would think of that in two key lights. Number one is speed. Secondly would be scaling. Now, in terms of speed, we now are able to create content faster because there are AI tools. For example, the ChatGPTs, the Claudes of this world, even the regular tools like Canva and the rest are there to make work faster. What would normally take you 10 hours or days to create now takes you lesser hours, minutes. In minutes, you can create content. In minutes, you can generate graphics, right? Even right now, there are so many video generation tools out there, Xfield, Kling AI, and the rest of them. So the first opportunity is that you're able to create content faster and you're able to scale that content from idea to execution at a faster rate.
All right, idea to execution at a faster rate. Well, don't you think this is taking away the brains of journalists? Don't you think that the future of AI in this or at this pace or in this rate is going to damage the media industry in the nearest future?
So I would not. I think the question is correct, but I would also rephrase it by saying that the question is not really about whether it's taking away the brains. The question is what opportunities exist when information is cheaper and easily accessible. AI is known for one thing: accessibility to information. It means that you can access a body of information just by asking your AI to, what is this, what is that, how can you help me with this information? So with that, you have easy access to information. So I don't think it's about replacing the brains or taking the value that human beings bring to the industry, taking it from the table. I think what it does is allows you to access information and then you're able to make faster decisions, like I said earlier. So the question should be that what opportunities exist, right? If information is now easily accessible to people, and then how fast you can make better decisions.
So you are not of the opinion that AI is a threat to the jobs of journalists in the nearest future?
No, I don't think so. I don't think AI is a threat. As a matter of fact, AI would be a threat to people when the creatives that have taken time to learn how to use AI are now becoming much more confident with their work. What that means is, in this case, where you find people that are not ready to adopt AI into their workflow, all right, what happens is the people that would eventually be a threat to you are the ones that have mastered the use of AI, which is what we do at Cracks Media. For example, you find cases where people that, would love to maybe create content and it takes them days to create because, the demands of our industry is so peculiar, right? We want to create stuff at a faster pace. We want to create media content at a faster pace to service the audience. Things are happening at a very fast rate. And what that means is that you would need to, to deliver on time. Like I said earlier, scale faster and then make faster decisions in terms of what goes out in the public. So in this case, as a journalist, it's not a threat, so to say. It is supposed to, support you in terms of gathering data, helping with your research and helping you make faster decisions. And I think the crucial thing would also be that does AI take away the intuition and the ingenuity of humans, as the case may be? I don't think so. I think AI actually just helps you, to collapse what I call repetitive tasks. All right. For example, things that you would normally do that would, you can easily, what's the word now? You can easily delegate to AI. Just do that so that you can make, more strategic decisions. You can rely on your intuition and then make better decisions because AI cannot decide for you. It can provide you access to information and body of knowledge.
So AI is more like an enhancer.
That's right.
Wow. All
That's
right.
right.
Now let's move over to Cracks Media. How is Cracks Media currently using AI and what specific changes has it brought to the way you create content, tell stories, and engage your audience?
So two things. I like to make an example. When you keep a knife on the table, all right, a knife is a knife, regardless of whether it's made from steel or from iron. What makes the difference is the user behind it, right? Nothing created in the world has its own propensity for good or for evil, all right? It depends on the person behind the use of it. So same thing with us at Cracks. So what we're doing is we're looking at the opportunities that exist within that space. And that is, number one, because of how deep our operations with in terms of customer engagement, content creation, and then servicing our brand partners and clients. What happens is we have now absorbed AI into our daily process in terms of customer engagement. Now, if you probably send us an inquiry on any of our platforms, you'll probably be getting a response from an AI tool. Not necessarily generic responses that you get from the likes of WhatsApp Business, but they've already been scripted, arranged and generated in a way that it will look at your specific need, your inquiry, tie it into our internal processes, and then give you a corresponding response.
So that's basically what Cracks Media is doing with AI.
Right. Yeah.
Amazing. But this brings me to say that at this rate at which AI is used as an enhancer, then it really means that the job of the journalist is not really stable anymore. It means that anybody can do it. So how then, what are the biggest risks of using AI in media, particularly around misinformation and fake news?
I think the biggest risk will be the issue of verification. All right. More often than not, we've come face to face with the challenge of verifying information. So many things are flying all over the internet. Every day you can see, you can't even tell which one is real from which one is not real. I mean, a regular video from an AI video today is as good as a video shot on a high-end camera.
Yeah.
So what that means is that a journalist should not be threatened by the fact that AI can generate stuff or create stuff. Your own responsibility is to say, how can I utilize this to help me make research? All right. That's number one. Number two is I then have the responsibility to ensure that I verify the facts, the source of this information. All right. Like I said, AI will provide you information, provide you access to a body of knowledge, but it's your responsibility as a journalist to say, does this thing check out? I hold responsibility to bring the truth to the table. An example would be, an abstract example would be that, let's say, a local government somewhere in Lagos, the government says, we have pumped in $1 million into that local government, all right? You can go to AI because AI access to this information online because, people would carry that information. AI will tell you the government has pumped in $1 million to so local government in Lagos. But the job of journalists is to look at that story and then go there and fact find and be sure that is this money trickling down to those people that really need them for their businesses, for their daily life, for infrastructure. Is it really true? So the job of the journalist is to fact check and then bring the truth to the table, not just to rely on AI.
Okay, but AI is known for, providing facts. You would agree with me. Meanwhile, what the information that you find in AI are actually, there with the source of humans. Yeah. Humans are the one that uploads things that AI actually picks, yes or yes. So how then do we identify that, okay, this is actually facts, this is real, this is the right statistics, and then we use it in the journalism profession?
So two truths can exist at the same time, all right?
Okay.
There's a difference between facts and truth, all right? Now, facts is the figures, what you're telling me, what I can see on the table. But the truth is how it directly impacts people. You understand what I'm saying now? So in our case in the media industry, for example, at Cracks, we do not, for example, jump on certain topics. Just last week, 2 weeks ago, we had this story of Peter Okoye and his brother trending on. People were jumping on this content. We like to say that we don't jump on people's misery because we don't know what the truth is. Our responsibility is to stand for what the truth is, not just stand for what is the fact. The fact is, I have come to the table to tell you this is what it is. This is numbers. But what is the truth behind that? So it's two different things. So yes, AI can give you facts. It can give you data. But the truth behind that fact and the data, AI cannot tell you. The journalist has to be the one to decipher by, intuition and then human intelligence.
All right. Amazing. But now this brings me to ask that beyond simply using AI as a production tools, how does Cracks Media, how are you shaping or positioning yourself for the future of Africa's media and the world's media as a whole? Because I want to believe that you're not dealing locally.
Yeah, not locally. So thank you for that question. I think, first of all, the standard of the world has really changed in terms of, access to infrastructure. We have a challenge here in Africa, right? Normally, if you look at the media space abroad, for example, even in the movie space, right? They take so much time in creating for example, in the sci-fi film space, in creating VFX, so many tools are available for them, in the diaspora. But here, because of lack of access to some of those resources and some of those tools, in fact, human resources too as well, right? Skilled people. What now happens is a case where we have to now rely on AI to help us create stuff faster. Just a week ago, this man, Ni Akimolayan, was being pulled left and right on social media for his movie on, what's the title again? Colors of Fire. And what I realized from that discourse is that we are not seeing the opportunities that exist for us. This man has gone to the movies, he has created something, and he utilized AI to generate some of the parts that didn't need to take time, because sometimes creating VFX is not a question of creating them in 2 days, 3 days. It takes weeks, sometimes months, to generate the cinema level VFX that you see in sci-fi movies, as the case may be. So in this case, what we're doing is we are encouraging our team. We are integrating AI into our production system, where, for example, in terms of tracking and also creating VFX materials for our team.
Wow. All right. I see that a lot of work is being put in here at Cracks Media. All right. So what role do you see AI playing in the future of advertising and marketing communications? Because I don't want to limit this to just journalism. I don't want to limit this to just broadcasting. So let's look at the scope of advertising and marketing communications as a whole. How do you see AI shaping the future of this particular industry?
All right. Marketing communication is such a very broad, has a very broad spectrum, right? From scripting to generating conversation guides, depending on what you're really doing for your client or for your partners. Now, I think, first of all, in terms of research, all right, because something that is really lacking within our space is quality research, insight into what is really happening within our space. You find it that many of the campaigns that you find out there, they really lack the depth that you require of them, because not enough research is being done, before they started to carry out those campaigns. So first things first, I think AI would help us in terms of generating research. Number two would be insights into data. I mean, in previous years, what we normally do is gather data, and then we just have to start look at them one after the other, rely on our own intelligence to make meaning of those data, of that data, right? With AI, I can load that data onto an AI platform, and then it can generate insights that I can use, to prepare and develop really good campaigns, really good projects, campaigns rather for our clients. That's number two. Number three would be in terms of what goes out content-wise, right? You can make faster decisions, all right? And I think that's something we're really lacking within the Nigerian context, all right? For example, in fact, I would really love to suggest to the advertising body, for example, to say, okay, why can't we utilize AI to take these approval decisions for our media content? Now, the governmental body, the government ACON, right? What they do is that they take this content, they review them. Sometimes it takes them hours to get you feedback, to allow you to post this content on social media, or even send them out for placements on digital billboards. Now, what that does is that the time between when you want to deliver the campaign and when you actually deliver the campaign is elongated. But with AI, training the AI to develop an infrastructure that allows for marketers, advertisers to upload their content on those AI tools or AI platforms, to then determine whether those contents are good enough to go on digital billboards or even go on digital platforms. So I think that it would be really necessary for us to adopt the use of AI in making faster decisions and not just rely on humanity. I know that, yes, there's a part of people losing their jobs. Like I said earlier, the people that are at threat are those that have refused to adapt to or adopt AI in their daily processes.
Are you now saying that AI is the perfect tool to use in order to enhance whatever craft you are in? Like, there are no limitations. There is nothing AI can do that is probably to a disadvantage in your career?
Are you perfect? So if humans, like you said, all right, in your words, humans created AI. AI depends on human inputs, all right, to generate, the response that it gives to us, right? So if I, as a human, who created, AI is not perfect, then AI is not in itself. Like I said to you, it depends on the user. The person behind the use of the AI would determine, all right, how best it can be used. And, I can always tell my team, all right, the goal is not perfection. All right, the goal is consistency, but you cannot get perfection by just merely using AI. But you can almost get consistency by engaging AI on a day-to-day.
Okay, so at what points does the limitation come in your engagements to AI, knowing that the generation we are raising now cannot really think for themselves anymore?
That limitation comes in when you become over-reliant. And like you said, you're very correct, because that's a major issue now. I think the major problem would now be brain rot.
Yes.
Right? Where you see that people are no longer thinking for themselves. All they do is, when you give them a task, you just load it on AI. And, I was very glad when I learned that Claude is now, watermarking text, which is good. It means that you can now verify the sources of certain articles, certain artworks, or certain creatives. So the real risk are those that just rely on AI and not engage it. What I tell people is, do not rely on the use of artificial intelligence. All right, engage with it. It's two different things. I can have somebody beside me and just rely on the person to do the job for me. What would happen is I become overly dependent on that person. All right, but the real catch for us in this industry is engaging with AI, which means you're bouncing off ideas. You're not leaving thinking. You're not leaving your thought process, the entire thought process, to AI. As it's generating responses for you, all right, you're also engaging it. And because there's something that we have that AI does not have, which is human intuition. All right, AI can tell you, based on what you're telling me, you can take A, B, and C and D decisions. All right, but because of human intuition, you can then say, look, I think the best direction to go, because of those I'm dealing with, all right, or because of the circumstances surrounding this situation, I'd rather go with this option. Because AI does not feel.
Yeah.
All right, AI doesn't feel. We feel. We have emotions. We have intuition. We have intelligence. All right, and you cannot take that away from us. What we need to now do is take away what is repetitive, the things that just only requires very little efforts. You leave that to AI, and then spend your time, spend your energy doing more of the strategic work and the intuition work.
Amazing. All right, before we wrap up this session, lastly, what will the media industry look like in the next, say, 5 years because of AI?
It depends. I mean, you mean Nigeria or globally?
Africa, globally.
Well, I think that because of AI, we'll become, so it can be two ways. So I'll just predict two ways. One, it's either we become very reliant or too reliant on AI to deliver content, deliver creatives for us, all right? And what would happen is there'll be a lack of depth in terms of what is being churned out to the public, all right? Either that, or we become smarter and even beat the creators to their game, the creators of AI to their game. Because we at Cracks, for example, were very passionate about telling the African story. And what it means is, even though I don't have access to certain resources that my colleagues or my counterparts in the diaspora, in Europe, in the Americas, even though I don't have access to those resources, because I have access to AI, I can make do with that and then do something that can either meet that standard or set a new standard for what we expect in that industry.
All right. So any message from Cracks Media to people concerning AI? How do you expect people to leverage on this and make the best out of it usually?
Thank you very much. Our message to you is that AI is not your enemy. AI is not competing with you. AI is only there to help you make your job better, make you more efficient, more resourceful, and even faster in terms of making decisions and carrying out your daily responsibilities.
Thank you very much, Tobiloba. That was amazing one. That was really amazing. Thank you very much for joining the Midday News. Well, thank you very much once again.
Thank you. Thank you.
But you're still watching the Midday News on Voice of the People television. Still ahead, New Anambra CP engages grassroots stakeholders. These and more stories will be with you shortly after this break. Please do stay with us. The new Anambra State Commissioner of Police, CP Nana Ojiama, has met with stakeholders in Anambra Central Senatorial Zone to strengthen grassroots security. Correspondent Chisom Namchi provides more updates on this meeting in this report.
directly presents. The engagement provided an interactive platform for stakeholders to directly present security concerns affecting their various communities and discuss possible ways of addressing them. Among those who spoke were Aloysius Olubialo, President General of Nobi Community, who highlighted some of the security challenges confronting the area, while Ephraim Mado, President General of Ubuenu Community, raised concerns around securing the state's borders.
The challenges of having different security personnel in local communities. Like when you come to Uno, we have different villages. They have different security personnel which they have refused to be in line with central security personnel, which is giving us much problem. Than disseminating information seems to be difficult. When you call them, they will tell you that they are independent from central security, which is not supposed to be here as such. What is my CP going to do to form a collaboration with Executive and the Commissioner of Police of Enugu State to checkmate those crimes? And we are aware that there is a camp around the world where those killer herdsmen camp. What are you people going to do about it? Because we are no more safe around that axis. We also would want to know why there is no police checkpoint along that Ofendeli road.
Responding to the issues raised, the Commissioner assured the stakeholders of his commitment to providing a secured environment across the state. He also provided a direct contact line through which security cases and concerns can be reported to him.
Even if there is any suggestion we want to make on how to improve our job or improve our relationship with the people, anything you observe that will enhance our security in the Anambra, please don't hesitate. Send it to them through that number. Don't bother about the volume. Technology has the way of solving that problem.
The meeting ended with a call for sustained collaboration between the police and community stakeholders in addressing security concerns and protecting lives and property across Anambra State. Chisom Nnamchi, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Chisom Nnamchi, for that report. Away from that, the Apex Ogoni Social-Cultural Group, Kagote, has raised concerns over transparency in the ongoing dialogue on the proposed resumption of oil production in Ogoni land. Kagote President Leslie Mao said alleged secrecy around oil activities, contracts and employment could undermine federal government's reconciliation efforts.
Relevant information regarding the nature and the scope of the intervention, contract values, contracts, applicable process have not been sufficiently communicated to members of the committee and Ogoni people. The history of Ogoni land teaches us the importance of dialogue, restraint and unity. Difference of opinions must never be allowed to degenerate into hostility or incitement. We therefore call on all participants in the process to conduct themselves with dignity, mutual respect, and a commitment to the collective interests of the Ogoni people. We remain deeply concerned about incidents of violence and killing reported in some Ogoni communities. We recognize the enormous responsibility carried by the federal government and Nigerian security agencies in protecting communities across the country. We appreciate ongoing effort to address insecurity. Nevertheless, the safety of the Ogoni people must remain an important component of the dialogue concerning the future of oil production in the area. Seeking transparency and accountability within the dialogue process should not be categorized as opposition to government. On the contrary, identifying and addressing weaknesses within the process will strengthen the federal government initiative and improve its prospects of achieving a sustainable outcome.
of the Ogoni Dialogue Community, Committee ODC, Rear Admiral John Pabko, retired, also expressed concern over secrecy in the committee's operations. Another member of the ODC, Pius Key, argued that any agreement on oil resumption must adequately protect the interests of the Ogoni people.
I had very high hopes that the Ogoni Dialogue Committee will be the saving grace for the Ogoni people because of the caliber of people who were selected. Unfortunately, the committee turned out to be a smokescreen for a few individuals. Many decisions and activities became shrouded in secrecy. When I requested information on some of the issues raised and demanded for some level of transparency and accountability, I was seriously attacked on the platform and even in the open physical meeting for sacrilege. The worst case scenario is the purported resumption of oil exploration activities in some parts of Ogoni land while the dialogue process is on. And without proper negotiation, to the best of my knowledge, I will be doing my people very great disservice if I continue to pretend to be a member of a committee whose activities lack adequate transparency.
It took us 33 years to get to this point. Why must we rush the process now? If the answer is that elections are approaching, then I respectfully submit that this would be an inadequate reason to compromise the quality of an agreement that may affect generations of Ogoni yet to be born. The negotiation is with the Nigerian state. Governments will come and go. Those who constitute governments will change, but Ogoni land will remain. Nigeria will remain. The oil beneath Ogoni, or beyond Ogoni soil, will remain. We therefore have a responsibility to think beyond the electoral calendar and beyond the tenure of particular political office holders. What Ogoni requires is not merely a quick agreement. Ogoni requires the right agreement.
The group is calling on the National Security Advisor, Noho Ribadu, to urgently review the concerns and strengthen transparency within the ODC. Coming up next, business and sports stories after this break. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Now in business, the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN, says that it has not banned e-bailing services at Nigerian airports. It said its ongoing engagements with the operators is aimed at establishing a framework that guarantees passenger safety, security, and orderly airport operations. FAN, in a statement, said its operation and position was not aimed at restricting passengers' access to transportation options or undermining the role of e-hailing platforms, but was to ensure that commercial transport services operating within airports premises are properly integrated into the airport's operational and security framework. FAN explained that airports are highly regulated environments and that commercial transport providers must operate under a given framework that gives the authority adequate visibility over their vehicles and drivers. Now in the world of sports, Real Madrid coach Jose Mourinho has praised Barcelona winger Lamine Yamal but ruled out signing the young star. Mourinho, speaking on Thursday, said Yamal is a very good player but insisted Real Madrid already has the best players. He also expressed his desire to sign Yan Diomande, describing the young winger as a great player who can operate on both flanks. Real Madrid will begin their league campaign away to Espanyol on Saturday, August 22, at the RCDE Stadium. And now we've come to the analysis segment. The entertainment segment. A Nigerian rapper, Emeka Akuma, popularly known as Black Bones, says he plans to take fellow artist Odumodo Block to court over an allegation of sexual abuse. Speaking in an interview on their ongoing feud, Black Bones said he initially ignored the controversy but decided to respond after the sexual abuse claim was made. He insisted the matter should be settled in court and challenged Odumodo Block to prove the allegation. The rapper revealed that their dispute began in 2023 over a woman both artists met at the same location. He added that an allegation of sexual abuse cannot be treated as ordinary banter between artists. And with that story, we've come to the end of the midday news. That's it on the midday news. Before we go, I will take a quick look at the headlines. Atiku says he will restore subsidy if elected. Troops rescue 39 kidnapped victims. Arrest terrorists. Ndume urges military to rescue abductees. Nelfon praises FG's student loan financing. Lagos Council chairman call for preservation of Yoruba heritage. AI's impact on media. In business, Fan says e-hailing services not banned at airports. In sports, Mourinho praises Yamal, rolls out move for winger. And in the world of entertainment, Black Bones plans legal suit against Odumodo Block. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. On Facebook, we are VOP TV. And on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos, or videos via WhatsApp to 081-387-14129. You can also reach our newsroom by email by news@vop.ng. I am Praise Peters. Thank you for watching and have a good afternoon.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hi guys, my name is Stanenze, aka Masinze, aka Chie Billy Billy, aka Obako 181 of Ibenini, and this is VOP TV. Give me a lot.
Hi everyone, my name is Akil Dabiola, and a big shout out to VOP TV. Yeah, please keep watching. God bless you.
My name is Adeyola, executive producer at Joshiko to the Garden. Shout out to VOP TV. Thank you for having us.
Hi guys, big shout out to VOP TV. Akim Ogara say so.
Hi, my name is Michael Edjo. I'm an actor, a director, and a host, and you are watching VOP TV.
Hello everyone, my name is Anita Oluwole. Keep watching VOP TV. Stay subscribed. Do not change that dial.
Hi, it's your girl, it's No Side Demodia saying keep watching VOP TV. That's the Voice of the People TV.
Hi, my name is Heaven Sobule. I'm an actor, a film producer, and a casting director. And shout out to the best of the best of the baddest, VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Motunde Adeyemo. Keep watching VOP TV. Ching!
This is Astelba and you're watching VOP TV.
A big shout out to VOP TV. You guys are doing an amazing job. Keep up the good work. We love you and keep us entertaining.
Hi everyone, my name is Anne Irish Phillips and you're watching VOP.
When your morning starts, make sure to look around for the right company to serve you everything you need to know about what's happening around you. That's why you need VOP this morning, because we will climb this far to give you a voice in what's going on, from news, reviews, politics and the economy, sports and even entertainment. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the top, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Big news this year. Your favorite Voice of the People television station is now on free to air on Nigecomsat. All you need to do is align your dish using the following: orbit position 40.5 degrees east, 12.685 gigahertz, 30,000 kilobytes per second. Polarized vertical, frequency 2, 12.731 gigahertz, symbol rate 26,250 kilobytes per second. Polarization H. This works on any decoder. Catch up to 100 channels, sports, movies, news, all for free. This is with better quality at no extra cost. VOP TV on Free TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's happening here on VOP TV, the place where stories come alive and voices matter. This is the show where we shine the light on creativity, style, culture, music, and purpose-driven people. And people we're talking about are people who are shaping the world around us. And yes, it's another beautiful, beautiful time here on the Spotlight Show. And I'm your host and special baby girl, Precious Akimanu, aka call me Pressy. So because today is another special time here, and we're going to talk about a lot of gist, beautiful stories that are happening, lovely ones, and also some little sad ones, but life happens. And yes, you can actually join this conversation through this number 0813 8714-129. I'll call it again, 0813-8714-129. And yes, we are going to discuss about a lot of things that has been happening around you, and that's why I'm here. And first on our list today, we're talking about Will Smith and LeBron James Lagos visit. Guess what? Yes, so Hollywood star Will Smith and basketball legend LeBron James have reportedly expressed interest in visiting Lagos as the E1 Electric Power Boat Championship continues to expand across Africa. So Nigerians' growing involvement in the racing league has placed Lagos on the radar of major international personalities. So both stars are celebrity team owners in the E1 Championship, with Will Smith owning Angola Westbrook Racing and LeBron James backing team Osula. And their reported interest in visiting Lagos has generated excitement, especially as Nigerian continues to attract global attention through sport, entertainment, and culture. So a lot of people will be asking what this E1 Lagos GP is all about. So E1 is the world's first all-electric race boat championship instead of traditional fuel-powered speedboats. So the teams race futuristic electric racebird boats, which use hydrofoil technology to lift above the water while traveling at high speed. So Lagos becomes the first African city to host an E1 race in 2025, and the event is returning to Lagos on October 3rd to 4th, 2026. So the program includes qualifying races on October 3rd and the main race and podium ceremony on October 4th. So E1 has teams owned on backed by major celebrities including Will Smith, LeBron James, Tom Brady, Rafael Nadal, Didier Drogba, and Steve Aoki. And yes, Will Smith, Angola Westbrook Racing, LeBron James teams Osula, and Didier Drogba teams Drogba Global Africa, and Rafael Nadal teams Rafa, and Tom Brady teams Brandy. So Will Smith is eyeing Lagos. So I'm excited. I don't know, man, but I am. A lot of people are actually. And we'll talk about Will Smith and him being an actor has been in the scenes for the longest of times we could actually think about. And I've always loved I've always loved watching Will Smith in his movies that are quite interesting. So him, in Lagos and trying to visit is something I am excited about. And a lot of people are also excited. And a lot of people, talk about the Will Smith family. And it's, it varies from his son who is who has a fashion brand, and his fashion sense is so different. You get what I'm trying to say? So it's gonna be exciting. I feel excited already about this whole whole thing going on. And yes, we'll go over to the comment section to see what our fans have for us. A lot of people are excited and they can't actually wait to have Will Smith and LeBron James Lagos visit. So let's see some comments and see what they have for us. And yes, E1 Lagos gossip said E1 Lagos GP 2026 is coming third. Okay, that's it for that. And yes, somebody said Team Hogs. Oh, okay. And Amen Itadwam said ready with the fire emoji. And Meto said one of the most underrated venues of the calendar. This year will Nigeria will have another great race. And Matthew and some E1 Lagos said we sure will. So this is something that a lot of people are excited about. I love the fact that when we have things like this, a lot of brands try to bring in celebrities, bring in a lot of people that we've been looking up to, come join in the particular race. I mean, race when it comes to water race is something that is really exciting. I always see people that do the normal race of the road and the rest of them, but do they have issues with those things? I don't know, but it's a thought, but it's gonna be fun actually, and for that it's a beautiful one to see, and we can't wait because I am excited about this already. All right, that's it for that. We'll go on to the next story. We've been talking, we just talked about Will Smith in Lagos and LeBron James in Lagos. So next on our list, we're talking about Afrobeat superstar Davido is leading the nominations for the 2026 African Music Magazine Awards AFRIMA. With 5 nominations, the singer is recognized in several major categories, including Artist of the Year and Best Male West Africa. So the 2026 AFRIMA Awards mark the return of the ceremony after a 2-year break. Other major African stars, including Burna Boy, Thames, Black Sherif, and Tyler, are also among the nominees as African music continues to make a strong impact globally. I love this. This is actually something I've always said, that Davido came back with so much energy. When I say came back, Davido has been dropping so much hit songs, and like hit songs on hit songs. And when I say somebody is big, he's big. We're not just saying it just for word's sake, but trust me, Davido is someone that has so much energy to push in through something, and he just tries to get it done. And the fact that his uncle actually now is the governor of Osun State, and it's a beautiful thing to see that really what's going on with this whole family, the Adeleke family. It's a lot of beautiful things happening around them, and I can't say less that this one, I don't know, but trust me, I think I have a positive vibe concerning this. And let's look at the fact that Tyler, a lot of people talked about Tyler and also, having a nomination, being nominated, and it's something a lot of people are excited about. Tyler has actually said, that she wants, that she can't wait to see a united Africa all in one. I understand the fact that a lot of people didn't like the idea that she actually wanted to come to Nigeria to perform, and because of the xenophobic attack, a lot of people were saying a lot of things, and trust me, it's what it is. Life happens, but the truth is, I just pray one day that Africa would one day become a peaceful place for people to actually visit other countries and have this love that surrounds everyone. So for Tyler, it's let's hope. And yeah, we're still talking about Davido, leads AFRIMA 2026 nominations. I'm still talking about Davido, and trust me, his songs has just been the thing. Davido drops hit songs up all over and over again, and it's not how people view Davido as someone that doesn't want to just come sing. And that's why I always say I give them their flowers. They deserve it. All the work they've been putting is not easy. Yes, it's not easy to put all the work. You think that it's just right. You feel like you just stand up one day, put songs down, and you just have to go and sing. If it's easy, go try them. A lot of people that like call them artists, but they are not. They're not even meeting up to the standards. So the truth is that these people deserve all the flowers they could get. I mean, like the likes of Wizkid, let's call the likes of Davido, let's call the likes of Burna Boy, all of them, they are doing absolutely and amazingly well. I mean, when we talk about music in Nigeria, is something I've always loved. The fact that Nigeria is one of those countries that a lot of people, much more of us music celebrities or music stars, have been giving us. They have been making us proud. I'm happy, like listening to a lot of our songs. And it can't be said this year they drop hits. Like sometimes I will just sit down and think, I say, how do you all sit down and write these kind of songs with lovely lyrics, beautiful lines? It's something so good to listen to. I mean, that's a good one for Davido. I actually love that. All right, we'll go back to the comment section, because trust me, we have a lot of people that are really excited about Davido and him leading AFRIMA 2026 nominations. Let's take some comments from the comment section. We have a lot of people so excited, and we can't forget our Jima jokes with Diamond Plantains, and we have a lot of people supporting Diamond, a lot of people supporting somebody said Remy D Swags said Ikweji, my friend. And that's more Jima Jinx. Remember his song where a lot of people were so excited and said, people can be so funny. I mean, it's how people really looked at, they overlooked the videos of the song. I was looking at his fashion sense. Come on, let's tell ourselves the truth. Priscilla married Jima Jokes, and it's their thing. If the wife now be the person where they bring passion for the husband, why not go they kill on herself? They drag this young man. All right, and somebody said diamond planting, and yes, somebody Nidoli said Simba. Okay, and Bint Ateze said diamond plantings. I don't know, like, are you people saying that I'm not even seeing anyone saying Davido? I mean, what is going on? Are we not talking about Davido's real hit songs that has been dropping in these days? Like, you have not listened to the songs. Okay. Well, is your
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives.